Alright everyone, how's it? This is your favorite Laheim, and we are back with another FFXIV stream. We are on the live screen over here on your Gallia Bisclabre, on Gilgamesh, on Ether, and today we'll be venturing into patch 5.2 of Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringer expansion, Echoes of a Fallen Star, or as we're calling it today, Echoes of a Cinder Drift. So patch 5.2 included a lot of really cool things into the game. And we'll talk about a few of them right now real quick, because I have the patch 5.2 notes up, and so I'm kind of cheating going through this stuff, because I honestly don't remember. They added so many things over the many patches, it's hard to keep track. But, of course, as I said before, my favorite thing that they added, I think, from this list here of things that they added in 5.2 is the start of the Sorrow of Relit questline, which is the questline that includes the Ruby weapon, Emerald weapon, Diamond weapon, and technically the Sapphire weapon as well, which is a very great storyline. Probably one of my favorites as a big Gundam fan and as just like a story person as well. The story is really well done. I enjoyed it a lot. If you haven't played it, haven't played through it, or if you didn't really pay attention to the cutscenes, I highly recommend either playing through it or going back and watching those, because it's really good. Especially if you're a fan of the sort of like space opera kind of feel that Gundam has, the Gundam sort of like storytelling. It very much lines up well with that. I think they pulled off the thing very well. So the first one, of course, is the Cinder Drift. Actually, let me just switch my screen over here so we can look at the notes together. Go to the capture. Let's grab this one right here. Alright, cool. What else did they add in 5.2? They added Anamnesis Niter, very important. They added the meditation gauge for the samurai, because otherwise they wouldn't know whether they were meditating or not. They added this bunny for MGP. Really cool stuff. Leap of Faith. Getting the Fallen City of Nim. Finally, took them long enough. We had the Falling City of Nim ever since A Realm Reborn. It was around the entire time. It took them this long to add it to Leap of Faith, but you know what? They did it, so thank you 5.2 for adding the Fall of Melodia. This is amazing. Game volume is very loud. Let me adjust that for you real quick. That's going to be this one here. How about that? Let me know how that is now. And hopefully that should be good. I did cut it like about in half. Alright, so what else do we have? We have angler prints added to your house. If you like fish, you can put them up on your walls. They look real nice. Nice little imprints there. You have fish in your rooms, Auron mannequins, a bunch of really cool housing stuff that was added in this game. I really like these bench, this like shelf of cheese, the dome, the Don Meg sort of like trellis thing. That's really cool. And on top of that, they added housing wards 19 through 21. So the fact that they did this then is kind of like, you know what, maybe we'll get some more, you know, if you like your fancy walls and stuff. Getting in the Aetherite and the Doman Enclave, huge stuff. I'm only covering the biggest things that they added. Kitari Beast Tribes, you know, the Kitari Tribe quests were added as well. The second, or like, you know, in between stuff for the Yorha Dark Apocalypse. And can't forget Eden. Eden's verse was added during this patch as well. So if you like your wonderful Ramu's interpretations of the Warrior Light has, well, there you go. And then, of course, new Artbert Who Dis, we're going to find out. And that's pretty much all of patch 5.2 in the notes. Let's play it for real, though. That sounds great. We can now hear my velvety voice. Thank you very much. Yeah, anytime there's anything off about the sound, visuals, whatever, please let me know so I can adjust it so it's better for you to experience. Alright, let's get the chat sensor on so we can hide all of the nasty stuff that's going on in my chat. There's nothing. But for the observance of privacy, that's why we do it. Let's get our G-pose here. Let's take a screenshot. It's a pretty good one. I like the rain. It's very like looking back at you because they're hero pose. But guess what? The rain's gone. It's a nice day. And wish you were here to see it. Let's go to... Actually, we could just knock these out of the way real quick. What do you think? Should we do these? I have the 20 and I have Academia Niter. This one was, or Anitor. This was added during this patch too. So it would be topical to do it. Otherwise, we can continue the quest, go to more donor for old enemies, new threats. I think we can knock out Anitor real quick. Let's do that. I just want to do it because I don't have the gear, I don't have the item level to get into Paradise's Reach. We did do Puppet's Bunker off stream because, you know, of course we need gear. And also we're just trying to get through the storyline. It is a lot of story. We did play through all of the Nier story before on stream too, so I don't want to really, you know, focus on that because it's a lot of stuff to cover. But I think we do have time for a quick Anitor here. queue for that. In the meantime, we will make our way to Mordona. Now, as far as gear is concerned, we are wearing the 430 gear that you get for free from Grenolt over here for completing your role quests, the tank role quests. So we have the Chevalier's gear on. And to supplement our eye level, kind of help it along, we have pieces of 510 gear from Exarchic on accessories and belt, which, you know, we won't have a belt to worry about soon. Come November. I'm very looking forward to that because I am so tired of having belts. I don't like them. I'm very upset. Back in 1.0, you could actually see belts on your character, and then they removed that. And so that's just like, now it's just an invisible slot. You had these really nice looking belts. You see them on the icons. They would look pretty good. Sashes and cummerbunds and all this other stuff that you can wear on your waist, but you can't actually see it, which is tremendously disappointing, especially for someone that, like myself, and I know a lot of people in Final Fantasy XIV likes to do glams. So I feel like that would just add a nice little other element to it. But the fact that they're taking those slots and reallocating them to a few other things, like rings, is pretty good, especially since you have rings on each finger. Like, I feel like they could have solved that a few different ways. Maybe, like, you know, my suggestion is always for them to take better advantage of the toggle ability, like this button down here. Kind of like put toggles on each of the different items so you can choose to hide or unhide portions of it, or if it is like sort of like gender lock. You know how there's like a lot of outfits, like it's the same outfit but you have pants or skirts, but like you want to wear it no matter what and you don't want it to be gender lock. You can just toggle between pant and skirt. That would be pretty cool. That's an example. If they use the toggle ability more. So if they did that with rings, for instance, you could just have one ring, and you could choose to display 2 rings or 1 ring, like that with the toggle button. I think that would be much better, personally, but who knows. I feel like they save a lot of space that way. They had to make fewer things. Alright. So the quest here leaves off with Kryl and Tataru. And we'll talk about it after this Anator thing, though. Gosh, you know what I just realized? I teleported here for no reason, because as soon as Anator is done, it's going to dump me out, probably like in the middle of Yulmore. Or Calusia or something. Of course, we're going to watch the cutscene pretend like a first time, just so I don't get yelled at hard enough. Or that hard, rather. But we'll be fine. I believe in my lackluster tanking abilities on Paladin. I mean, really, do I have to try hard on Paladin? Paladin just carries. Oh, this is a really nice shot, though. Maybe I should come here and take some screenshots using the Explorer feature. That would be nice. We did showcase that one as well on the stream. Here we go. Oh, the music in this one's so good. People in the game chat here. People in the game chat here are like, this song is amazing. It really is. Is this? I don't even know if this is. Oh, it's gotta be. It's gotta be an orchestrion roll. I hope I get it. That'd be a good one to get here. All right, so we're gonna just. we're gonna be like, we're new. We're just gonna grab everything. I probably should have checked my healer's gear here, but oh well. We're not stopping. We're just gonna keep going. And I'm just gonna haul around this bull. Just right off the bat, hollow ground. That's like, gosh, Paladin's so good. I suppose you could technically do it with other jobs too, but like, you don't stay at max HP. Your healer has to continue healing you, whereas with hollow ground, it's just like, okay, you take a break, healer, do whatever you want for a little bit. I'm gonna help him out too. Clemency's here. You know, feel free to take a nap. You know, spam holy like 5 times. I have hollow ground up. I'm fine for like 6 seconds or something. So good. Home gang, it's like, or Living Dead, it's like, I'm at 1. Please heal me. Superbolide too. I sound like you. I mean, you're not incorrect for doing it. I think that's the correct play. especially if you want to give your healer that sort of like DPS room. I mean, what else am I going to use hologram for anyway? This first boss? I don't think so. It's going to come back up. I'll have a second chance to use it, which is going to happen in a pull. I think it's more of like a don't use it when like you're sort of like learning something for the first time. But since we've run this dungeon like a trillion times, I mean, I say that and I don't remember it much, but it's like, you can just do it. Just do whatever. And of course, Kara, you get to bully me for my lack of use of my magic combo. I kind of stick to the physical one more. I still have like the habit of focus on physical combo more than magic one at this point. I'm gonna wait for everyone to jump here first. You get to critique my play. But my burst, right? Beat this. Oh, this is gonna knock me up, right? Ha! Never mind, it didn't. I think that was the Astro Shield that kept me from getting knocked up. Gonna keep them in the thing. Yeah, I'm yeah, right. I'm saving MP for Clemency, totally. That's what I'm doing. Is this the? This is the circle. If any of these people are like, how do you know what to do in this fight? I'm just gonna be like, I watched the video. Can I? Yes, I can. Intervention that. This is the cone. This is the cone. I'm gonna move like this way over here. This might have been a bad idea, but we'll see. We got out of it. The rest of the party didn't, but we did. That's the important part. I'm gonna nerf that. I think that's the raid wide. Sure is. Title guillotine circle. So we managed to save our mana the entire fight. Fantastic. I'm gonna just pass on these things. We're gonna hold on to it for the Clemency. That's why. No other reason. Not because I forget we have it. It's all the way over here. It's on a whole other bar. Everything in that bar is just like a bygone memory. I probably shouldn't sprint. My healer doesn't realize I'm doing that. But that's okay. I have arm's length. I'm just gonna go ahead. Like, I'm just supposed to use Sheltron whenever I can, right? That's just always on. Always on Sheltron. See, and I think the other problem is that Fight or Flight lasts so long, which I think like it's a good thing, but it's also like it goes on for so long and then just stays up. It's like it's always around. Look, I'm spamming Holy Circle. I'm doing it. My stand. I probably should have configured that last one. I think what doesn't help. What doesn't contribute to this is that I play on this character once a week, specifically for the stream, and so I don't really get real practice in for Paladin. I only play it for this, and like 60% of my attention is on like doing the content thing, where it's like, you know, read chat, you know, see what's going on, read alerts, things like that. So I'm just like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just doing my best. I have several paladins, you're right. I have many paladins. But this one is, I think, the only one at 80. Most of my other 80 jobs are like, you know, jobs I play like a lot. So Summoner or Dragoon or Dark Knight, stuff like that. I was worried that wouldn't stun, but it did. We're good. Center right there. Oh, look at that. Fight or Flight's back up. It's always back up. Also, Hollow Ground is back up, which is great. Which means we could use it in the next pull. So, that's fantastic, honestly. I'm gonna have to pay attention to see where I can use intervention on my healer here. Alright, we're casting. Look at that Holy Spirit go. I'm glad that at this point it's become instant cast, so I don't have to worry about like not being able to dodge while I'm casting it. That does make things a lot better. Blossom, I think, is AoEs on random people. No, it turns the ground into purple. The bad stuff, you don't want to stand. That's nerf. You keep dying in Zadnor, I'm so sorry. Are you losing a lot of metal because of that? I hope not. I'm gonna go ahead and just intervention the healer, because I don't want them to take damage. Everyone else can, but the healer must be protected. Look at that big shield. This is the ground effect again. It's fine. That's good to hear. It's fine. That's a lot of garbage. I'm not going to move from here. I don't want to overlap. I can eat the hit. Let the samurai live. Let the samurai do their damage. It's a good thing this is a long sort of run at this portion here, which means it gives my healer some time to recover their MP before I go into this nasty pull over here. And it's nasty because I'm going to pick up as much of it as I can, not because it's actually nasty. We're sprinting. I need to do some more Zadnor. I'm very behind on that. Like, I just kind of sort of gave up on doing the relic weapon for the most part, so I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know about this. But I probably should get at least one of them done. Because I worked on recollections for so many of them. I did like over 20 recollections. Just because of so many like alts and stuff like that. That it's just like, I should probably just go all the way with one at least. Just so I can say I did it. Because that's one of my regrets for like Eureka and stuff like that. I can't say I did the whole thing even once. Which... another thing, hopefully one day I get done. I'd like to. It's just Eureka is just, it's because it's an independent leveling system that requires sort of more investment than something like Palace of the Dead. At least 4 to 100, like to 4 100. It's just like, I don't know. I don't know about this one. You're working on your relic weapon right now? Yeah. That's going to help us. It's definitely going to help us for the for E4S that we're working on right now on your channel. I was reviewing the stuff, and I'm starting to feel like, yeah, I love my couldn't done that in time. I was reviewing that and I was just like, the analyses from the Abacus, and I'm just like, I could probably want to upgrade my gear from my Dark Knight, because while my 3000 tenacity is really fantastic at keeping me alive, so are the healers. And, you know, if I do get hit for something, I'm just probably going to die most of the time. I think it has saved me. It has saved me for sure, especially when, like, I have to solo eat tank busters occasionally, or have to, like, maybe if I accidentally take one extra tank buster when I shouldn't, right, and I don't have, like, a Living Dead or anything up. It has saved my life, but I think it's just worth it to get the damage in. You know, and the fact that, like, consistently I'm seeing an issue where I'm not getting in 5 of my hits during Blood Weapon or 5 hits during Shadow Friend, I think that's bad, and I'll probably need some more skill speed. I'm also upgrading the gear, so what I can do is I can take the 510 gear I have, the 510 set that's, like, pentamelded for tenacity, and I'll keep that for, like, other content we might want to prog on later. Maybe, like, you know, Woo or something like that, UCOP. But I will probably get a second set that's got, like, good skill speed values on it. That was a tank buster. Yeah, don't die. It was, like, the most common. Is this nerfed? That is nerfed. Yeah, that was the most common thing. Just, like, don't die. It's like, oh, thanks. Wow. Okay, cool. I'll just stop that. I'll just stop doing that. It's that easy. Yeah, pick up my orbs. Get my damage ups. Sorry, Samurai. I had to, like, slide a little bit. Is someone gonna get that ball? Someone want to get that ball? Please get that ball. No? Okay. Cool. I forgot what it does when it gets those. It gets, like, a damage up. But I don't know if that's, like... That's something I have to worry about, isn't it? 'Cause considering my gear is, like, at level... We're gonna get a knockback here. Why was that person tethered? I don't think I've ever seen that. Can I make it through this tiny gap? Oh, I sure can. Oh, I sure can. Turn it around. Gotta give the rest of the party the butt. Ball isn't in this game. I was thinking that same thing. I was like, that's an electro ball. That's just the Raiden Shogun right there. Bunch of little Raiden Shoguns. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much why. Like, they say the same things. It's just like, hey, make sure you get in all 5, so I'm gonna do it. Gosh, really, y'all? I'm gonna grab every single one of these. I'm gonna spin it like no tomorrow, and then ooh, take a big hit to my face. Nerfed. Someone just did the curse emote with this thing in the party. Or Samurai did. I think they're mad because I'm having to spin it to grab the orbs. Well, you're gonna have to put up with me spinning it a little bit more here. Give me that. That's mine now. That's on me. No, that was on everyone. Clemency for nothing. Here. Hope day limit breaks soon. There they go. I wonder if I could solo this boss. I probably can. It'll take me a little time, but I probably can solo this on Paladin, even at this level. That other run of Amarat on the final boss, that gave me some confidence. Or should I say some arrogance in Paladin skills. I like that outfit they had on. That was very urban. I liked it. I didn't even notice this entire time until just now. Alright, let's get this. No, let's pass this. Calm for the healer. Good job. And let's get out of here. Ooh, we got some comms too. Love getting those. Of course it drops me off here. Well, let's do this real quick then. Sorry, there were some sirens going by. I wanted to mute so it didn't hurt y'all's ears. But anyway, let's read this. Academic says, our studious visitor returns. What did you think of our experiments? Were your questions answered in a satisfactory manner? So the thing is, we were told to come here by one of the Ondu because they had some tell of some sort of thing happening in here, some sort of creature lurking within. And so, you know, we came to check it out. I never thought of La Habrea as an academic. I kind of just thought of him as like your run-of-the-mill jerk. It's so funny to me. Oh my, yes. There are few who can match his knowledge and expertise in the field of phantom creation. You passed through the words of La Habrea, did you not? I imagine you found the research material there to be of particular interest, considering the purpose of your visit. Was there aught else which piqued your curiosity? I shall endeavor to provide you with answers to the best of my ability. So we just tell him, you know, I got nothing more to ask at this point since I have done this before. But it's just really funny to me because La Habrea, he's... in one turn, he's like sort of described as this sort of warrior, an Asian warrior. All he does is fight. But then on the other hand, they refer to him as sort of like this academic who excelled in the art of creation and making different creatures and things like that. It's just like, which one are you, La Habrea? And then when you talk to him, he's just a regular jerk. I don't understand his character. Like, the way people describe him versus the way he is like very different. And I suppose, you know, that could be because the La Habrea of El, the one that these Asians knew, was a different person than the La Habrea we know today. You know, I suppose the loss of everything and the toils to recover it sort of wore on him and maybe, like, changed the way he is as a person. The many centuries of fighting for the return of his home kind of, like, warped him into what he is today. That might be it. That might be why he's such a jerk now. Anyway, let's go back to Yulmore and talk to the overwrought Ondo over there that are waiting a return. He's a jockey tech nerd. Yeah, he could be. Yeah, I can see that. He just, like, you wouldn't understand. You're too dumb. It's like, oh, okay. And he just throws a football at me. And I'm like, why'd you do that? It's like, you're also weak. I'm like, okay. Thanks, La Habrea. You have returned. What of the ancients? How do we soothe their rancor? Don't worry about them. You mean the beast escaped? It was not released to torment us? A terrible creation indeed. It can slip the bonds of the ancients.
and yet it is a relief to know that we did not slight the old ones, that it was not our deeds which summoned forth this fiend. I will swim back to the cups and consult my comrades. We must think on a strategy. Though huge in size, the beast is swift, elusive. My kin would be glad to have our aid in seeking its tracks. Finless ones do best where there is no water, and the sea has yet to reclaim our home. Come to the ocean floor, land dweller. Come and hunt the beast.
And of course, this is for Archaeotania, which occurs down in the Tempest. The big fate. Alright. That's taken care of. We could do the twinning. Y'all want to do the twinning? It has my favorite song in the game. I think that would make it a lot of fun. Also, it's just like a short dungeon, too. It's pretty quick. Or should we just continue with the story? Just get on with it. Gosh, I should probably wait before teleporting, shouldn't I? Otherwise, I risk losing more gil. We're only at like 300k. We have no way to make money yet. I'm just gonna do it. I want to do the twinning. I'm gonna do it because I like it. And then I'm just gonna stay here. We're gonna like just enjoy whatever this person's cooking, which looks like some kind of soup. What'd you say? Oh no, they burned it. That's what they said. They burnt it. I can't even tell. Oh, that's not good. I'm sorry, buddy. I wish they would let me cook food for y'all. I would do that. Yeah, we're gonna do the twinning. Best song in the game. You know what upsets me about the twinning is that they play the regular boss music during the boss fights instead of like the twinning remix. The twinning plus is what they honestly should play in that. Or just keep the regular song playing. Also, another thing I hope they do in the future is maybe like come back here and sort of like show improvements in the derelicts. They could totally do some sort of like dome and restoration thing here too. I feel like Yulmoring restoration could totally work. You know, helping the areas here sort of like fix themselves, all these broken tiles and things like that, make it look nice. Stop calling it the derelicts, call it something else. Oh, there's the pop. There's Gate Town out there. What if they rename themselves like Hope Town or something like that? Because Yulmore becomes a sort of like bastion of hope for the people living there and rebuilding. Oh, the song. Here we go. Look at that waterfall back there. Yeah, Hope Town. I think it's cute. It's like, they'll be like, this is where the Warrior of Darkness passed through. Someone here in chat saying the Dying Gasp song is better. What's the Dying Gasp song? Isn't it just like the chanting? I think it's just like sad chanting. I don't know who to believe. I'll believe myself. I love this song. Ooh. I like that holy. I was leveling up my white mage earlier. And I made it a point to not heal my tank, just spam holy. Well, I mean, by not heal, I mean actively. Like, I'll let them drop to real low. I think they were terrified most of the time. But I just wanted to see how far I could push it. Fortunately, this is, by the way, don't do this. It's terrible, by the way. But fortunately, the tank was like, wow, you're a really good healer. I didn't die. I'm like, thanks. I totally would have let you. Because I might have stopped paying attention at some point. Grab this Minotaur here. This one does some, like, swipey attacks that are pretty annoying. Swipies and some spinnies. Well, I won't be able to stun them, but I think they're silenceable, so that should be fine. Yeah, they're silenceable. On the Holy Circle spam. I'm told Holy is more efficient than spammy heals. I agree with that. Also, welcome to the stream. I think that's the case. It's gotta be, right? So, the way I do it, right, is I'll run to the pole, swift cast Holy, right? Or just Holy. And then I'll do like a regen on the tank. Or a glare if I'm not worried about the tank taking damage. And then I will do, was it Presence of Mind that increases your cast speed? So Presence of Mind on the OG CD, and then spam Holy from then on. The first one has like a longer time than the GCD timer, so I don't want to clip that. I don't want to clip the stun for it. So that's why I use the regen there. Or the glare stone, whatever. And then basically the reason that's good is because you're at that point mitigating damage by preventing your tank from taking hits. I'm gonna hollow ground here. Cannot be stunned at this point. And then from that point on, you can continue to spam Holy using like a Flatus and Tetragram and then Asides and stuff like that between. I hope they don't break the glass. Tank Buster. Nerfs. AoE. Raid wide rather. Alright, chat, what do you think? Are they gonna let the glass break? We have some new folks in here. I think that's gonna happen. I'm gonna have to be ready. The shield. Oh no. Yeah, they that's not good. We got two of them. Beastly Roar. This. Spread the Divine Veil around. I don't understand why they made these AoEs look different. They function the same way as the other ones. After Clemency the Healer. Augurium on me. Heal myself too. Negate the hit. Oh, another DC Roar. I didn't nerf at the time. I was too busy looking at everyone else's HP. I'm like, do you need healing? It's a stack on me, so I'm going to move over here slightly. Switch to them. I don't think I'm worried about my MP too much at this point. I'm going to move this over here on this side. On there. The wrong button. Please don't break another one. Okay, thank goodness. Thank goodness, they're all fine. That's good. Easy warner. But yeah, these are the same as other AoEs. As long as the center point doesn't interlap, or overlap rather, with other ones, you don't stack the damage. Oh, I broke that glass. I'll get over here. We're just gonna focus on. Oh, the healer is dead. That's not good. Alright, we're fine. I got this. good. We're good. We're good. I really like Warrior. Warrior's able to solo that fight, so I like that a lot. I think all of them can. Is this dungeon a Final Fantasy 13 tribute? Oh, that's a good question. I actually don't know. Huh. I don't know if they're actually from Final Fantasy 13. I'll have to look that up. That's a good question. What is this boss called? Had a name. Alpha Zognol. Alpha Zognol. Yeah, I'll look that up and I'll find out. It could be. I don't think it is, but it could be. I think it's more of like an internal reference, you know. But we'll find out. A lot of this, now that you pointed it out though, I'm feeling like a lot of this aesthetic does remind me of Final Fantasy 13. It's playing Fortnite on me. It is now. Well, yeah, FF3 is the core inspiration for the Crystal Tower series. But I think like maybe the 20 itself might have some, could have some inspirations just based on the like aesthetic from 13. Because I'm like running through here, and this section just kind of reminds me. I know it looks like a circuit board and all that stuff. It looks like computer parts, but it just reminds me of the first section you have in 13, where you meet Snow and stuff for the first time, which is just like a bridge. Kind of like this one. Grab everything. Can I live for 90 seconds? Will I need hollow ground? Is like more the question. I probably won't. I should be fine. Can I poke fun at FF13's linear map? I didn't like 13, like the way it played very much, personally, either. I like the characters. I really like Dodge. But like everything else is just like, I don't know about this. Yeah, I didn't like the maps. I didn't like it. It didn't feel, I don't know, exciting. I didn't feel like I could explore either. I don't know. I didn't super enjoy it. Start off with a magic combo in here. Ooh, look at that. I'm gonna break right now. I'm not gonna complain. It's like, it's not gonna get used otherwise. We'll get it back. Laser blade. Yeah, yeah, that's pretty much it. Thunder Beam. This is on me? Question mark. Looks like it. I love when the melee do their frontal combos. Alright, it's gonna do the tilted one, huh? I'm gonna move over here. See, and here you could have had the cool along fall music playing while the fight was happening, but no. They wanted to play the regular Shadowbringers fight music for this one. The regular Shadowbringers boss fight music for it. I'm just gonna go over here. I'll use one of them. I'll get a bone stack. I'll get a damage up for free. Sorry about that. Someone came and asked me a question in the middle of that. Pass on everything. Don't need any of this. Last time I checked, I was capped on company seals. And all I ever spend those on now is just getting like materials to sell on the market board. That's the one way I make money, since I don't do like crafting or gathering on this character, is I just sell materials. Anything I get to have on me that's extra, that's all getting sold. I suppose I could pick up the sort of like, what are they, like the emotes and stuff that you get from the company. There's like at ease, reflection, and attention. We can get those, I suppose. Emotes are nice. Probably should use some amount of mitigation and healing on this bull. I'm so used to just being on my Dark Knight and being like real lazy playing, and then just using the Blackest Knight for everything, because it's just a broken skill that I love so much. It's like, yeah, I'm just gonna pop Blackest Knight and just not take damage for like the rest of this pull. It's great. Heal myself on every third hit of my combo. Gosh, if they gave that to Paladin too, like healing on their combo, I would cry. I really would. I think Paladin's too strong already. That would just make it, I don't know. What's better than the best? This. So these Thermocoil Boil Busters, I think they're references to Wedge's design of the Thermocoil Boiler Master, his coffee machine that he made, his kettle. Just because, you know, Wedge was around, sort of improved his design in the future, and these were here. Still has distance. Alright, going up to the boss fight here. I love seeing the item box over it. Like, you got an item here, and roll on it. The culmination of the Crystal Tower, Alexander, and Omega. The artificial enigma, the Tycoon. You're here to build roller coasters all over the place. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Just go to the boss room and run the opposite direction. Just like, I'm not going to have any part of this. You play this song in your car? This is a good song to play in the car. I like it. I would love to just go out and drive and play a bunch of Final Fantasy music. I haven't like just gone in like a... One thing I liked to do before the pandemic was drive around, just like casually. I enjoyed it very much. It's one of the things I like doing. It's like a nice way to, like, you know, clear my head. just like be with my thoughts and stuff like that. I still could technically do that, but it's just like I don't know. I just don't kind of feel like it anymore. Plus, it's just a lot of gas being used. But playing music and like singing while you're driving the car is like the best. Oh, my healer is dead. Okay. They just said, "Ah, I see." Oh, poor healer. Okay, poor me. This is gonna be. Oh, this is the tank buster. Oh, this is gonna be great here. Can I keep everyone alive? Probably not. I'll have to prioritize keeping myself alive here, I think. Am I in the shot? I think I'm in the shot if I'm there. Here. Oh, I sure hope these DPS heal themselves with all their healing abilities. This is the raid one, huh? Yep. I healed a monk. You get a little bit of healing as a treat. Wait, are they using Fist of Wind? Why? That's fine, whatever. So expand. Oh gosh. I don't know if we can make this one. Gosh, I'm out of mana. This is bad. This is bad news. I don't honestly know if I'm safe in the spot here. Oh my soul. No, not like this. Ugh. We couldn't do it, chat. We couldn't do it. It was too hard. It hit too much. We're too under-geared. Ugh. Maybe Paradigm's Breach gatekeeping thing was right. I need more gear. Alright, we're gonna go to the start again. I like driving but hate having no destination. I get that. That makes sense to me. I like in general I do prefer having a destination for driving, because then I'm just like I get frustrated. Which is, I don't know. I think that's normal to me, but I don't know. Usually when you get in a car, it's like to go from point A to point B. But I guess if I just tell myself my goal is to, like, you set it kind of like a track for yourself, right? And you're like, okay, I'm gonna drive around this sort of area here, and then that's like the goal. Maybe that's something that works out for some folks. I don't know. Does the mirror thing happen when you're here? Oh, it does, yeah. If you go to the edge in the twinning here, you kind of see like a reflection of yourself, which is a really neat effect they do. And I'm just like, SE, please add mirrors to the game. Because I think they can. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I always forget this. I didn't get any water. I need to do that after this fight. I'll get some water real quick after it. which should be taken care of soon. They're explaining the fight to each other, so that's good. They're referencing the safety dance. Alright. First things first, the cross ray. This is the part they said they struggled with, so I think those should be good this time, right? Yeah. We're all good. That's the whole fight taken care of. Because once you get that down, it's pretty much just dodging from there on. Defensive raise, those things back there. There's one, two. This is actually a really cool fight, though. I do like it. Because it has all these, like, mechanics that are happening. I don't know why I can't see myself there. That was silly. You know what doesn't help? Not sleeping doesn't help. I have had so much, I don't know why either, but not a great time sleeping this past week. I don't think that's something you want to overlap, friendo. But here we are though. Getting by in with about 4 hours in us. Because, like, I'm going to be awake anyway, and I might as well do one of my favorite things, which is streaming. Can I? I can. Enough little space over here. Also, it's a treat for chat anyway, because when I am sleepy, I especially don't pay attention to what I'm saying. So I say the real dumb stuff. This is when the real dumb stuff comes out. Am I in a bad position here? I feel like I might be. No, we're fine. This is okay. This is just enough space. Ugh, what is magic combo? Oh, I'm like right in front of this one? Cool. Thank you for that, Tycoon. Gravity, do we have a safe spot? We do. Oh, this is bad. I'm gonna let the healer be safe. Hey, we did it. We broke this nice machine. Ruined it for everyone. Oh, there it goes. Somber moment. Wait, I have a Wondrous Tales on me. What? Since when? Alright, I'm gonna give a comp. The healer did it. They kept me alive. What's here? Belt? Is that the same belt twice? We're out of there. Let's talk to Bethana, who gave us his quest. No, I'm not going to go back in. Almost got me there. Almost had me. Hi there. Excellent work. Not only did you reveal the cause of the ethereal fluctuations, you were able to remove the threat entirely. Thanks to you, the researchers have already completed their preliminary observations. Their findings were somewhat surprising. The Crystal Tower appears not to have been created by the Ronkins or any known civilization. Its origins are veiled in mystery, much like the Exarch and yourself. Forgive me, it's not the time for idle speculation. We have, however, recovered an artifact, though its purpose is unclear. It may even be purely decorative. What is it? What'd you get? Oh, we get the Wondrous Tales notification whether we have it or not. Have you ever encountered anything like this? Oh, it's one of these buddies. Yeah. Yeah, we have. You see this wonder in the Omega quest line. Has come to carry out our plan. This will be my last recording. With the tower activated and the temporal displacement apparatus online, all that remains is to throw the switch and pray. I'm sorry, I truly am. I wish there was another way. But you are our best chance of success, our only hope. Your gift will allow you to become one with the tower and survive the journey through time and space. Were our technology as advanced as that of the Allegans, perhaps we could have gone with you. Alas, it was not to be. But when you are finally reunited, all of the hardship, all of the sacrifice will have been worth it, I'm sure. Just promise me you'll spare a thought for those you leave behind. And we'll be thinking of you, too, for as long as this world lasts, though I fear it will not be for much longer. These are the folks, of course, that sent the Crystal Exarch on their mission. This is Biggs, third of his name, 18th president of Garland Ironworks, signing off. May the 12 be at your side, Grahatia. A person's voice coming from a machine. To be honest, I cannot make head nor tail of it. Do you have any idea what that was about? I sure do. Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me. Yes, I can tell that you knew more than you're letting on. Very well, I will not begrudge you your secrets. Alright then, keep your secrets. Though one thing was clear even to me, the people who left the message were facing a great catastrophe. They placed their faith in the Crystal Tower in much the same way we have done ever since the Flood of Light. Look at that big old crystal tower. And its very crystaliness. Our prayers for salvation were answered when you and the Exarch returned the night to us and freed us from the terror of the Sin Eaters. I sense that this was all made possible by those people from a time long forgotten. We should do our utmost to learn more from them. Perhaps the researchers will uncover more of these messages. In any case, you have performed admirably in service to the Crystarium. We may have need of your strength and guidance in days to come. Until then, fare you well. Oh, thanks for the materia. I just had some room in my inventory and now it's gone. For the sake of the people in chat that have to look at my inventory when I open it up, I have cleaned it a little bit. There's room now for things, alright? So you don't have to yell at me so much anymore for having a filthy inventory. I still have ancient materia that is no longer functional, but now I also have new materia that is functional. Let's see. Look at that. We have a whole page free and, like, you know, 40% of another. This is all still full here. This is all the old material that doesn't exist anymore. But yeah, that said, we're done with these. We can finally start the quest in Mordona. I didn't mean to go that hard there. Okay, we're just gonna do this. And as we're teleporting, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get something to drink. See you in a sec. Alright, water acquired. We are back. Remember to hydrate, y'all. It's good for you. I'm going to drink some. I just sat down with it. I'm actually going to check if I have one of those old Wonder Sails on me. It's probably turned into dust by now. Let's see. Key items. Wonder Sails. Oh, it hasn't expired yet. When does this one go? Deadline is the 14th. What's today? I don't know what day it is. I know it's Sunday because I'm streaming. It's the only reason I know it's Sunday. What is time but an illusion? It's the 12th. Okay. So I got 2 days on this one. Sweet. Let's go ahead and do this. Oh, there's a challenge log entry. Oh! This gives me hope. This is gonna make me do it. I was probably just gonna leave it and not really care, but since I got this too, oh, I want a line. I want a line real bad. I want to get these things. I want these certificates. I want the fancy certificates. It's also a lot of good EXP, and you get a Designer Skin map and stuff like that. So if you get real lucky, you know, but sorry, if you get real lucky, you can get the 3 lines and stuff like that. But you get these. Pretty good. Anyway, let's do this. Now, that is all assuming I actually play this character more than just the day of the stream, which, I don't know, kind of unlikely. I've been having a lot of fun in Genshin Impact recently, so I've been spending a lot of my time playing that instead. It's sort of like downtime right now anyway, until Endwalker as it is, so it's kind of like just chill until Endwalker comes out. And then the crunch happens where like, okay, gotta put out content like nuts. Get through the story, do all the things, catch up, don't fall behind, level up all the stuff. Ooh, I'm both excited for it and dreading it. But that is for something at a later time. Now, it's time for patch 5.2 story. Old enemies, new threats. We got Raubon on the poster here. Krau is glad for your return, though it remains to be seen if she has glad tidings to share. Is my throat ready for voice acting? I had like a big old glass of milk today. Yergalia, my, what a pleasant surprise. If you come to inquire about the Archons, fear not. Master Matoya's treatment has proven effective in stabilizing their corporeal ether. We mustn't grow complacent, however. Potent though these magics may be, they are not without limits. We can only hope they afford us enough time for the Crystal Exarch to complete his work. If only we can go with you to first and help, says Tataru. Pardon the interruption, but I come bearing urgent news, says someone. It's Maxima! Ah, good boy Maxima, one of our favorite Garlean friends. Ah, Yergalia, it's been far too long, my friend. Forgive me, I don't believe we've been formally introduced. Maxima, former Garlean ambassador. I remain here in Eorzea, under the auspices of Commander Aldin, offering what counsel I can in hopes of resolving the present conflict with the Empire. Ah, yes, I have heard stories of a defector from Garlemald, but never mind that. You said you have urgent news? Indeed, as you may have heard, the Imperial capital is in turmoil, and a sizable portion of the Garlean forces have been recalled from the Gimlet Dark. With their numbers so greatly diminished, the main host of the Alliance has withdrawn, leaving the Alamegan resistance to keep watch over the border. And it is there we have welcomed a most unexpected visitor, who claims that this de-escalation may belie growing dangers and unforeseen threats. A visitor? Who could it be? Commander Aldin has arranged for an impromptu meeting to discuss these revelations. He has also requested a representative of the Scion's attendance as well, though it was clear to whom he wished to extend this invitation. It would seem time is of the essence. Well, you'll not be attending this meeting alone. Though I am not as well versed in the affairs of city-states as our comrades, I see no reason to burden a single Scion with all this. Yes, of course. Then we must make for the Alamegan Quarter with all haste. Well, what are you waiting for? Get going, you two. I like Maxima's outfit. I like this whole shoulder thing they got going on. It's a good look. Alright, let's go to the Alamegan Quarter and see who this mysterious person is. Who could it possibly be? I don't know. I'm kidding, I do know. Let's drink some more water here. Alright. Now, we could navigate this maze of a place, or we could just fly over and go to the point, which I think I'm going to do that instead. I've gotten lost here so many times over the years, especially going through Stormblood for the first time. Oh gosh, it was the worst coming here. I hated it. Now it's just like I kind of have an idea of where things are. Like, you take a right at a certain NPC and that's where you're going down the lane, especially when you don't have flying. Gosh, it's the worst. Anyway, Commander Olden awaits us in the Royal Palace if you'd follow me. And we will. We will follow you. Because you're cool. And also, I have to. It's Raubmon! Oh? That person has a familiar aura. I recognize them.
They're here, Commander.
And I, for one, am grateful that they are. Told you've been busy since our paths last crossed at the Gimlet Dark.
Sure have.
Not that I understand half of it. When the Scions spoke of other worlds, I'd struggled to describe what I pictured.
Also, let me know how the volume is for the character dialogue. If it's too low, I can turn it up too.
Mayhap things would seem clearer were I to hear the tale from your own lips. But I'm afraid the situation will not afford us that luxury. I trust you two require no introduction.
We meet again, hero of Eorzea.
That's me. Hello, Gaius Van Balezar.
Must we repeat this ridiculous display? I pose no threat to you, though what I come to warn you of very well might.
Volume is good? Thank you. Made it myself.
He meant to do us harm, I hazard he would have kept to the shadows and brought more than 2 companions.
Sorry, that was dumb.
We need not pretend to be the best of friends, but I hope we can put aside our differences for the present.
Okay, if Raubmon says you're cool, you gotta be cool. I'll let you go for now. But don't
As you are
try
doubtless
anything.
aware, Sir Estinian and I cooperated to rid the world of Black Rose in your absence.
Yeah, I got told that.
Our journey together took us as far as the Imperial Palace, where we witnessed Emperor Varus meet his death at Xenos' hands.
Xenos? I love him.
Being the sole witnesses to this crime, and in no position to defend our innocence, we were then forced to flee, each pursuing his own avenue of escape. When we were later reunited, Estinian claimed to have encountered an unfamiliar kind of machina during his flight. But to me, his description seemed anything but. And upon further investigation, I found that I was right.
Machina. That's an interesting... I don't know. I don't hear that way of saying it too often. Machina.
The Empire is developing a new Ultima weapon.
A new Ultima weapon? What? No way.
What, that Allagan monstrosity, created to vanquish primals, with which you yourself once thought to conquer Eorzea?
But then promptly lost to the Warrior of Light, because you're not strong enough.
The same. In my foolishness, I sought to harness its power, and became the Ascian's pawn in so doing. But you know as well as I how that tale ended. The weapon itself, excavated from beneath this very city, was destroyed ere we could fully unravel its secrets, and that should have been the end of it.
When he says, you know that tale as well as I, just flashbacks of running Praetorium 1,000 times.
But unlikely as it sounds, the Empire's efforts to recreate it have somehow borne fruit, primarily through secret research conducted by the 7th Imperial Legion, it would seem.
But that's your Imperial Legion.
Wait, the 7th was all but annihilated at Cartano, along with its legatus.
Indeed. Few survived. The 7th, as it is now, has little in common with the Legion led by Vandanus, and its leadership has changed hands several times since. Precisely how this project has continued despite such turmoil, and under whose auspices, remains a mystery. What we do know, however, is that a number of prototypes have been produced, and that one of them is on its way to Eorzea. We attempted to stop it, but it was all we could do to slow its progress, so we resolved instead to bring you warning.
And right glad are we that you did, though it soundly dashed our hopes that tensions might ease at last.
As it is, we've begun to strengthen our presence in the Gimlet Dark, and are assembling a force to meet the coming threat. A force with you in its vanguard, I hope. Before you say anything, I know full well you have pressing concerns of your own. Your comrades remain in peril, and I would not ask you to forsake them. But the fact remains that you, and you alone, have faced the Ultima weapon, and emerged victorious. We need you.
Yeah, me alone. There weren't 7 other people there to help me at all. Nope, just me.
And so, when the time comes, if your comrades can spare you, I bid you lend us your strength. I've assigned an officer to await your word.
The Ascian's downfall was to be the work of my remaining days. But it was my hand that kindled these flames, and I cannot allow them to spread any further. I will do what I must to see this mistake consigned to history once and for all. Even if it means begging your aid. The Fates will enjoy the irony, even as I endure the ignominy.
I too shall make for the border and offer my skills, meager though they seem in such company. Mayhap we shall meet there anon.
See ya, Maxima. Take care.
Though we can ill afford to ignore the coming of a new Ultima weapon, our friend's plight grows ever more precarious, and none save you can join them in the first. I only hope you are not forced to make a choice.
I mean, we're not. They don't make us. We can choose to go. But I think our friends can wait a little bit. They can do it. They'll be fine. As ever, the way forward is paved with difficult decisions. We can ill afford to ignore the threat of a new Ultima weapon. But with each passing day, the plight of the Scions grows ever more perilous. If you cannot stay for a debriefing on the Ultima weapon, I will not stop you. I only ask that you confer with me before returning to the first. Alright, so at this point you had the option to continue the story here, or start pursuing the side story of the weapon quest, and that's what we're going to do here real quick. Ruby Doomsday. The Resistance and Alliance forces prepare in earnest as a new threat looms over the horizon. Ah, Galia, glad you can make it. As you may have heard, Commander Eldin has given orders to embark to the Alliance headquarters. And I'm kind of just go through this one quickly, because this does take a little bit of time, and I do want to start the Ruby weapon stuff here, because I do enjoy it very much. So I will make this one quick. A quick little detour before we continue. Alright, let us get down there. I probably won't read. I'll try not to read every bit of dialogue as much as I enjoy it. Just for the sake of time there. On your way to the headquarters? Sure am. Let me in. Alright, here's the headquarters. All of the Alliance members' banners hanging over here. Looks really cool. There's Gaius, Valdolin, Severa. Your mind is set, and then I'll apprise you of the situation. Yep, and they tell us about everything that's going down. Discovered the abandoned Ultima War project is being helmed by the head of the 7th, the new 7th head over there. And everyone's able to see it from the distance. They figured it out. Nothing hurt it. You know, it was hard to deal with. They couldn't blow it up. So yeah, they made it a lot tougher this time. Weapon can absorb ether, has 9 impenetrable armor. It's super cool and awesome. It's got claws. Gaius got injured, shielding Severa from the weapon's attack, but that's okay. Gaius isn't blaming them for it. And yeah, we don't stand a chance as they are. So it's a lot of tough stuff. That's why they need us here. That's why he showed up, to ask for our help. But he says, "Though I have no right to ask this of you, will you lend us your strength?" And we're like, let me think about it. Yeah, sure, whatever. I'll do it. I'm not one to back down from a fight. You have my thanks, Gaia says. And Vonalyn also sends her thanks. So we're gonna do this Ruby weapon thing. We just have to talk to the escort friend over there. What price must the world pay for my hubris? And then a short while earlier, the Garland occupied City of Worlds magic installation, all the way over there. We're in a little cutscene. That's the Ruby weapon. Commencing Ruby weapon activation sequence. All units stand by. That's scary. That always scares me about the Ruby weapon. Just those teeth. Initiating synthetic orosight system. Fusion successful. No signs of incompatibility. Awaiting your signal. Ruby weapon codename Darnus. Ready for launch. Of course, the Ruby weapon uses the data of Nailband Darnus. And is piloted by one of Gaius's adopted kids, Milisandia. Alright, Resistance escort friend here. Baldwin's briefing on the mission. I'm to take you as far to the point as I can. The rest is up to you when we get there. Cinder Drift, accessible? Let's do it real quick. What? Dingus darn it? Nail Dingus darn it? Is that how is that their name now? That's pretty funny. Alright. Cinder Drift. Queued up. Instant pop. For a second I was worried that I might have like solo queued for this one. That's why I popped so quick. I have to fight this thing by myself? No. Let's see if I remember how to do the normal version of this fight. I'm gonna have too many Narutos and Sasuke's going off in my head to be able to do this correctly, I think. I'm like, why is this fight so different from the extreme? How close is my gear to spirit bonding? Oh, it's heckin' far. This is only a quarter of the way done, and this is all the way done. I have to remove this stuff. I need to get more material in my inventory. Don't have enough until it's full. Healer, please. It's usually the sleepy ass. Oh no, no healer. What? How could you do this? It's an instant pop for you, isn't it? When did you get time to run away from an instant pop? We're gonna watch the cutscene because, heck it, why not? I want to see this thing fly in and Beef Soft Tacos start playing. That's me when I leave my room after the stream and I'm very hungry. That's what I look like. I like this tank. My off-tank friend, they're very polite. They were asking, hey, would you like to main tank or should I? That's a nice question to ask. And I'm like, I got this. Probably put this target that. Nerf. Flex and claw. faction. Gotta stand on the thingy. Uh-oh. We almost lost the second one. I don't have a nerf for this one. Oh, but they do. That's good. Flexiclaw is going to show off the other one. Never mind. Sorry, no, this is Healer Claw. Stack it up with healers. Go for this. Honestly, couldn't tell which one had how many people or whatever. I'm just like, sure, let's just go. Move in. Slide here. Get my heckin' hair out of my face. Jeez. I like this tank. This tank's a good tank. Home lasers. Ruby dynamics. Oh. Because they're giving heart of stones and stuff like that during tank busters and things like that. A lot of tanks just don't. They're also using reprisal correctly and not overlapping with mine. Can we take it down before this resolves? Oh, this has to resolve. That's unfortunate. Oh, we'll wait for it to. Done yet? Had your thing? There you go. It's like, I'm just gonna say at 0.01 forever.
This can't be. The ruby weapon is unstoppable.
Well, that's a good outfit that person has. The red mage outfit is nice. Is that the one from Memoria Misera, the artifact gear of just dyed black? Looks cool. Oh, I think that's the Ao Yai that they're wearing. Oh, yeah, my favorite! They got lobster! We're going to a lobster. People in chat, in the party are like, what is this? What's going on? I love that. I love seeing that when people are just like freaking out in chat. I see that in like Puppet's Bunker 2 at like the last boss. It's so good. My nose gets itchy at like the worst times. It really does. Are we catching meteors now? That's the next part. No. Now we're catching. We got LB3. And we did it. They're gone. They left the shell behind. I give it to them. Now I'm just gonna limit break because I can. Aw, the off tank is so nice. They're like nice tanking with you. Oh, they're so sweet. Aw, they're great. I like them. Shout out to them. That off tank was real good. Even from afar, your figure was unmistakable. As ever, an impressive display. Join me! Though, as I am sure you will concur, the ultimate weapon pales in comparison to this new monstrosity. If their research is allowed to continue, the next model will be nigh on unstoppable. With that in mind, the Alliance has enlisted the help of... Wait, I hear something. It's Allie. Here to sift through what remains of the ruby weapon, are you? Oh, it's Alphonse, Rex, and all the other gang. Allie, what do you think you're doing? Allie. Papa! It's been too long, Alphonse. And you too, Rex. Angie. Given that the Empire is proceeding with the weapon project and making inroads into Eorzea, I suppose it was only a matter of time until our paths crossed. It's wonderful to see you again, Father, although I can't say I think much of the company you've been keeping. I know a lot's happened, but I'm just glad you're alright. And now, you can come back to Garlemald with us. No, that place is stinky now. What? No. Is it because you're suspected of assassinating Emperor Varys? But we know you'd never do a thing like that. There must be a way to prove your innocence. Then everything can go back to the way it was. Oh no, it's the Echo. We get to see their past. Oh, I say get to like it's a choice. I wonder if we'll ever get control of the Echo and just be able to choose when we get to use it. So they're talking about here how Gaius sort of found each of these kids that they've adopted. So fortunately, Rex and the rest, they lost their parents in an epidemic. And they just want to pay him back for all the things they've done. And so it's here that they resolve together to fight for the Empire just like he does. Recon's not so sure about it, though. But they all believe in Gaius and him being a good person, so they're on it. He always says the strong should lead the weak, and they are down with it. And yeah, that's pretty much the gist of this cutscene here. And at the end of it, they're like, "We're gonna keep on doing what we're doing," and Gaius is like, "No, don't." They run off anyway. Gaius is frustrated about that whole thing going down, though. But guess what? Sid's here. Hello, Sid. Gosh, I keep talking about with a friend about how upset we'll both be if we don't get Nero in Endwalker. There has to be Sid and Nero in Endwalker. There can't not be, because it's been a while since we've seen them. I mean, I guess not too long, but it's been too long for me. And they're just a great combination of characters to have. They're one of my favorite couples in Final Fantasy XIV. Well, well, Gaius Van Balezar, we meet again. Come to see your precious weapon project has been proceeding in your absence, have you? You are come to collect data on the ruby weapon, correct? The pilot, Melisandre, should still be inside the cockpit. I will ask Voldolin to escort you to the wreckage. This is, like... I said this a million times when we played through, our first go-through of this storyline, but gosh, is this stuff so rough on Gaius. The fact that we did this fight and he basically ordered us to kill one of their kids is like unfathomably painful. I can't imagine. Gaius always did have an eye for talent and a mind to nurture. In fact, Livius S. Junius was another protege of his. Funny enough, Livia was actually super jealous, apparently, of all of the adopted kids too, because they were like, "No, why would Gaius pay attention to anyone but me?" And they cover it in like their visit to Turncliffe when they met for the first time. Like Livia was like, "You know, I'm so jealous of you all. Stop having his attention." And Ridditon was really nice to them. They really liked Ridditon because he was just a really cool dude. And Nero's just whatever. They're just like, "Nero's here? Okay, cool." And he's just like, "I'm Nero." And they're like, "Cool." Where'd all this slime come from? Alright, Gaius. What's next? If Sid says I remember him, it will not take him long to finish the investigation. Sid comes back and tells us, you know, I've pieced together whatever I pieced together, and we're gonna use this data for stuff in the future. Alright. So after this, we're going to report to the Resistance Officer, and that'll be the portion of the Ruby weapon. Now, of course, there's the other weapons, the Sapphire and Emerald and Diamond that we can do as well, but I won't get into those today. I just wanted to get this one out of the way. I'll probably be doing those other ones on my own time, but since this was a major component of patch 5.2, the start of the Sora Roulette storyline, I did want to sort of show it off here. Kind of like, you know, this was part of going through 5.2, so we should probably cover it. And then, yeah, they're gonna sort of hint at who's behind all this, which is Varro, the current head of the 7th Legion. Alright, that's taken care of. Let's go to the way home, which is back in the Alamein Quarter. Talk to Kryl, and probably end up back in the 1st. And continue our quest to help our friends return to their bodies here in the Source. Hop on the Dargan. Fly over there, because heck these confusing streets. And let's talk to Kryl. Let's have a little bit of water first. Alright, Kryl, let's talk. Sorry my dragon ran over you. The way home, Kryla can see the steely resolve in your eyes, and suspects she knows where duty calls you. They might have some salmon for us too, some salmon. I take it you're ready to return to the First. Then I would ask that you apprise the others of recent events here in the Source, namely Xenos' return and the development of a new Ultima weapon. As for their bodies, you may assure them Master Matoy and I will continue doing what we can to keep their corporeal ether stable. Safe travels, dear Galia. I hope to see you in the Scions together soon. Okay, let's go back to the Crystarium now. Go talk to... Not Limsa. What? No. I want to go to the Crystarium. Why is Limsa my home point? Who knows? Alright, let's go to the Docile Gate now. Because that's the closest to where the Ocular is. I wish the thing just sent you directly into the Ocular. That would be pretty neat if it did that. That's okay. It's a short run up the stairs to get there. Hey, Exarch, I come charging in at them. You've come at a most opportune time, my friend. I've made something of a breakthrough in my research on the soul and a means to return to the Scion's home. I trust you two have been making good use of your time. I did the ruby weapon. I had a really cool off-tank. Ill tidings from the source, you say? That's not what I said at all. Then I will summon the others that we might all be apprised of the situation. I was going to say that next, though. That was totally the second thing I was going to say, not, it's good to see you, I want a big hug for you, Graha. No? That wasn't anything I was going to say at all. Cries.
Now that we are all here, what news from the source?
Black Rose has been stopped, but Xenos is back. So I guess it's just all good news.
A new Ultima weapon. We must count ourselves lucky that Gaius has pledged his assistance.
While this is indeed a worrying development, I think the state of the Empire as a whole greater grounds for concern.
True.
With the Emperor slain and Xenos returned, it is impossible to predict how matters will unfold in Garlemald. The Ultima weapon may be but the first of many unpleasant surprises.
Yeah, the only thing we are certain of is that there is a power vacuum and the different families are vying for succession over Garlemald at the moment, which is why that place is a war-torn mess, because they're literally having a civil war.
The situation beareth closer observation, of that there is no doubt, and doth compound our need to return unto the source.
Then let us address that issue. Our long search for a means to see you safely home may well be nearing its conclusion.
Oh, for real? You got something?
Thanks in large part to Urianger and Becklug's invaluable insight, we have succeeded in fashioning a vessel for the journey.
Look at that.
We set out to create a crystalline container retaining the more useful properties of white aurosite, but without its regrettable limitations. And after a good deal of trial and error, we made one.
Nice.
An ark for soul and mind both, that will allow your incorporeal self in its entirety to be ferried between worlds. A spirit vessel, if you will.
You know, and knowing the way they tell stories in this game, I feel like the spirit vessel will be something that's going to be revisited in the future as well, in Endwalker or something like that. They'll be like, oh, we need something, how are we going to be able to solve this? And they'll be like, wait, do you remember? And you'll be like, yeah, I remember the spirit vessel. And they'll be like, yeah, we can use that to solve this issue, and everything's going to be cool again. So you'll just have to find a way to make it, or some other sort of quest like that.
However?
Or make a giant spirit vessel, or something like that.
Though the vessel is possessed of the requisite qualities to hold mind and memory, it wanteth yet for a means to receive of them. For that, we must needs imbue it with the Exarch's innate gift.
Must needs.
A gift that lives on only through the blood of the Allegan Emperors, which certainly does not flow within aurosite or any other crystal.
Just so, milady. The blood serveth as a conduit of sorts. In its absence, memory cannot pass from mind unto mind, nor from flesh unto crystal.
That being the case, we must either alter the process of inheritance so as to require no such thing, or determine a means by which my blood may permeate the vessel.
Graha's like, I get to bleed, yay.
I am hopeful that the records found within this tower will yield the knowledge we require to pursue one or the other of these avenues.
I just want this man to stop hurting himself and putting himself in danger.
Be. The Allegan's body of etherological research is extraordinary. I can scarce believe it the work of ages past.
Yeah, it's wild to think how advanced the Allegans were. So far that, like, even Biggs the Third of the future was just like, yeah, we didn't get there. We made something as ridiculous as the Tycoon, but we couldn't get there. A creation, a machine that could transcend both time and space. And they're like, no, the Allegans did that stuff better.
But its underlying principles are not so very different from those of my own field of study. Given time, we will find the answers we seek.
I know that you can ill afford to wait, and it pains me that I must ask you to do so. I can only reaffirm my promise to you that a solution will be found.
I think the only way for us to, like, mark the actual extent of the Allegans' power would probably be to either, like, see the Allegans for ourselves in a future expansion, maybe go back in time and, like, experience the Allegan Empire, or maybe, like, at the point in the game where, like, they stop using Allegan tomestones as trade and stuff and, like, moved on to the next thing. I don't think they'll ever do that. I don't think Allegan tomestones will ever be obsolete. If they are, that's an interesting take. I'd be about it. I'd like to see something else be used instead of those tomestones. Because honestly, my reaction coming to the first and Graha showing those tomestones to me is the exact same. It's just like, oh gosh, not these again.
Whatever it takes, I will see you safely home.
Oh, he's so confident.
My apologies.
Lena.
I do hope you haven't come to tell us that mortal peril fast approaches.
No. I had hoped to speak with the Warrior of Darkness.
That's me. What up?
But there is no need to cut short your meeting on my account. I will be waiting outside.
Okay. I'll be out in a sec.
Why not speak in here? She knows I don't mind. Unless she didn't want to.
Perhaps I might accompany you. Though I am woefully ill-qualified to assist in the Exarch's research, I may yet be of some use to Lena.
Alphinaud's like, I got nothing to do. Yulemore's taking care of itself. Them's all taking care of things here. Let's go hang out. Alright, let's get some roast beef, some salmon pasta, or some salmon meunier. I'm gonna just take some money. Because none of them things said Pixie on them. But yeah, I was thinking this morning, I'm like, they keep giving us all these tomestones, and they keep having to give them new names like Revelation and Esoterics, Allegory and Philosophy, Poetics, so on and so forth. And there have been so many different names. Like, eventually they'll run out of things to call them. Phantasmagoria, Gotia, like, so many different tomestones have already existed and gone by. Like, I don't know how long they can keep this up. Like, they're all related to some sort of philosophy. Like, you could probably imagine things like, oh, you know, Allegan tomestones of dogma, you know, Allegan tomestones of sanctimony, things like that. I guess they can keep them going forever, but I don't want them to. I must confess, while I enjoy my fair share of scholarly research, it would be good to step outside for a spot of fresh air. Now then, shall we go and speak with Lena? Let's follow them out. I want them to just want, like, maybe, I don't know, like a snail or something. A real fancy snail. Just, like, go get those for us. Or, like, fossils. Ooh, yeah, fossils be kind of cool of a prehistoric bygone era. That's like an ancient thing that people want to collect. The elegant tombstones, by the way, as far as I understand it, is that Rowena takes those in at their House of Splendors and just like gives them to collectors, and that's really all that's happening. Like that's why they're used as currency, is because people out there are playing gotcha for the tombstones after you bring them to them, and that's all. Like maybe some researcher, maybe some collector wants it for their house, and they just put it up on a wall and it looks nice. And so it's just like, okay, so if all you need is things that people assign value to that look nice, I can get you whatever. I think fossils kind of fit that bill there. It's like, oh, look at this cool, ancient dinosaur head. We can use that and put it up on somewhere. Although, I don't know if that'll have as much value considering there are living, breathing dinosaurs in the world, too, that are still alive at this time. Interesting. Anyway, we have little time, so I'll be brief. A sin eater has been sighted in Lakeland, and I asked your assistance in slaying it. A sin eater? I had heard some few yet remained after the night had returned, but perhaps we should call the others. That will not be necessary. It is only a single sin eater, a simple task for our guard, I should think. That said, I believe fighting alongside the Warrior of Darkness will be a valuable experience for them. Peace can lead to complacency, and they gain nothing from an easy victory. But you do not underestimate your foes, however harmless they may seem. My men would do well to learn from your example. Well, let's be about it then. Excellent. Then let us make for Fort Job. Let's go to Fort Job. We can get this job of ours done. Can I teleport there? Yes, I can. What's another thing that could be of value? I'm trying to think of things that collectors would want. Ancient relics and paintings and things like that we could turn in. If you would wait here a moment, I will gather the others. Elena goes and grabs them. I think this is where we meet re-meet, I suppose. The two... There's these three, but then there's two other folks here. You may not remember, but you have met these soldiers once before, though only in passing. Long have they awaited the opportunity to fight at your side. I was at death's door the day after the seniors attacked. If you and yours hadn't come along, I'd have likely stepped through, and I wouldn't have been alone. Your courage and selflessness is something we all aspire to. I, too, was there at that terrible day. My friend was transformed to a sin eater before my very eyes, and I had no choice but to cut her down. The thought of returning to the field, of holding a blade again, it filled me with dread. But that is no way to honor her or my comrades, and so I have returned. I swear I will not let you or anyone else down from this day forward. A pleasure to meet you, miss. Truly, it seems like only yesterday I watched as you took flight astride Namara to go and save the Oracle. Strange to think the Ilmoran soldiers we once locked blades with are now on our side, but we will do our utmost to keep the peace here in Lakeland. We seem to be missing one. Oh, there they are. My apologies, Captain Lena. An elderly gentleman asked that I escort him to Clearmelt. It took longer than I anticipated. I'll not begrudge your desire to help those in need, but a soldier must be punctual, especially when we play host to honored guests. It won't happen again. The name's Tyler. I'm sure you don't remember, but we met once before in the infirmary. They're the ones that came by and told Thancred and them what their friend said about the Exarch, like thanking them. I asked you to deliver a message to the Exarch and the Warrior of Darkness. Little did I know I was already talking to her. Don't give up. Don't give in. I keep those words close to my heart, and the boundless, beautiful skies above serve as a reminder of their importance. My friend got to see the knight's return shortly before he passed. He left this world with a smile, satisfied with the glimpse of what was to come. But there are countless others who weren't so fortunate. They gave their lives for the promise of a future they'll never know, and so it falls to us to do everything we can to fulfill that promise. No matter what happens, we won't give up. We won't give in. Yeah, they're real intense about this, but I like it. Your heroism has inspired all of our guardsmen in much the same manner. Our scouts at the northern staging point have not had the pleasure of meeting you in person. Let us not keep them waiting. Alright, we're gonna follow Lena to this northern staging point. Are we ever gonna fight this Sin Eater? I don't even know. Alright, northern staging point. That is surprisingly, wow, to the north. Alright, let's head over there. Take a nice little walk. Nice little ride in our Dargan mount there. Speaking of walking to places and doing things, I had no good transition for that. You'll have to forgive me, but I have yet to do some of the extra tribe quests that have been released as part of Shadowbringers. Now, I don't actually do tribe quests in general. I remember back in the day when A Realm Reborn first introduced the tribe quests for the beast tribes there. I'd started the Sylphs, and then I hated it promptly, and I didn't want to keep going at all. So I still haven't completed the Sylphs after all these years. It's been like 7 years, and I haven't completed them. I don't know if I ever will, because they're very long to do. Since then, the only other tribe quest that I've done is the Ananta tribe, and I did complete the Ananta tribe quest to their completion, so that's one. That's the only one I've done completely, and that one's because they're related related to battle. They're a battle sort of tribe. Every other one is like crafting or gathering, and since I don't really do those, it's just like, I don't know about this. That said, if 5.2 introduced the Kitari Beast tribe, or Kitari tribe quests, and later on they also introduced dwarf ones. So I kind of do want to do those, at least the dwarf ones, because I really like the dwarves and I want to hang out with them. So that might actually get me to do it. And from my understanding, that is a crafting and gathering one, though. So that's a little annoying. But hey, I got crafters and I got gatherers on some of my characters, so I might just end up doing it. Maybe I'll stream it. I don't know. No, wait, I can't stream it. It's like a daily progress thing. Never mind.
Did you slay this eater? Your orders were to await the main force before engaging.
No, Captain. It wasn't us, I swear it. A man came out of nowhere and cut it down before we knew what was happening.
Wow. Your hunt got sniped.
By himself. Certainly it is no light warden, but nevertheless.
Doors are crafting, Kitari are gathering. Gotcha.
It's true. Felled it with a single swing of his axe, he did. I've never seen anything like it. So I says to him, "Who are you, the warrior of bleeding darkness?" And he says, "No, I'm a warrior of light." And that was it. Buggered off as quick as he came.
I like this character a lot. They're a cool guy.
A warrior of light? Why would someone go around calling himself that, though? It was those bastards who caused the flood.
Hey, Ardbert did his best.
I mean, if you were going to pretend to be anyone, it'd be her. The warrior of darkness.
Hey? Oh, I didn't know. It's an honor.
They have a lot of what's that character's name? Gosh. What is their name? They're in Thor Ragnarok. They're the what's I don't remember the name. Hang on. Korg. They're the ones that are they're voiced by Taika Waititi. This person reminds me of Korg, and that makes me like them.
Since the Eater is no longer a threat, our work here is done. Return to your posts.
I had hoped to fight at your side today. But I'll continue to follow your example, and may we meet again.
Yeah, buddy, take care of yourself.
I apologize for the wasted journey. It seems I overestimated the threat. As for this warrior of light, I do not know who would be brazen enough to take that mantle for his own. Whatever it may once have meant, it is forever tainted by the association with the Flood.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate.
The Exarch told me the truth of Ardbert and his comrades' deeds, and I am aware they played some part in your own triumph. But to most, they are synonymous with the calamity that befell this world.
I feel so terrible for them because they honestly did think that they were doing everything right, and it's not their fault that it was all wrong and they were being like manipulated the entire time. Like, gosh. And then they sacrificed their lives just to hold it off and try and fix it somehow. And then Arbert suffered for hundreds of years wandering, or for like 100 years wandering, you know, in emptiness until we showed up, and then helped us beat, you know, Emmett Selk and everything. And it's like, to still have to deal with this stuff, it stinks.
Still, if this man is minded to destroy Sin Eaters, I may forgive him his unfortunate choice of alias. But that is neither here nor there. I thank you for accompanying me.
No prob.
With that concluded, shall we return to the Crystarium? There is a proposal I should like to make.
Let's go, Alphino.
Forgive me. There is one more thing.
Yeah? What is it, Lena?
A personal concern of mine. I had hoped you might have a moment to speak privately.
Take your time. I shall go on ahead.
I really hope the day comes that the people of the First are just like, yeah, we were saved thanks to the efforts of the Warriors of Light, and then 100 years later, the Warrior of Darkness.
I will not mince words. This matter concerns the Exarch. Though his countenance belies his age, his demeanor never has. He has seen more than any man should and grown ever more weary with time. But I see I give the wrong impression. While it is true he attempted to open a letter with a salmon fillet the other evening, we are not here because I suspect his mind is deteriorating.
You tried to open a letter with a salmon fillet. That's so funny. Give me the series of them just doing cute things, please. Do it, Essie. Make it.
Nor do I believe him to be so maddeningly unconcerned by the prospect of his own death as he once was. Indeed, the opposite is true. It is for this reason that I seek your advice. Since he returned from the Tempest, the Exarch is not as he was. He seems a different man, a younger man. I know not the details of his research, but when I saw him at work recently, there was a glint in his eye that I had never seen before. He looked happy.
Dang.
It was as if he had peered into the future and for the first time found joy there.
That's such a sweet line. Gosh. I mean, that really is what it is. It's like, history was written a certain way, and it wasn't a good ending. And we together managed to avert that. You know, after all the hard work the Exarch had gone through to set things up for us, the plan was able to go off and save the future. You know, create a new history.
Though it gladdens me to see him thus, I wonder if I should not keep my distance. I fear that my presence will only anchor him to the past. Remind him of all the pain that came before.
That's not the case, Lena. Anchors keep us where we have chosen to be. He's lost without you, you know, and he misses you already. Yeah.
He. Are you sure?
I sure am sure.
Then perhaps we might remain as we were. As we have always been.
I can't guarantee that one.
What a relief. In that case, I will have to speak with him about the amount of time he is spending at work. This research is important, I know, but if he refuses to consider his own health, I will have to consider it for him.
Lena's a good granddaughter. Not actually granddaughter, but, well, actually granddaughter, but... I honestly think the Exarch would have had a really terrible time the entire time there if it hadn't been for Lena being there with him. I think them kind of like finding each other ended up being a really good thing for both of them. I will not keep you. You and your comrades have much to discuss. I will see the others back to their posts. Alright, let's head on over back to where Alpino is. Kind of like their sort of like relationship would keep the Exarch grounded. You know, not let him get completely like lost in his great work. Because I can't imagine the amount of stress that a person would bear going through all that work. And then Lena got a pretty good upbringing out of it. I can imagine from out of all this. That's good too. The others were quite shocked to hear of what we found in Lakeland. But now that you're here, there is a proposal I should like to make, says Alphino. Let's hear it. What is your proposal? I have been spending a great deal of time in the Cabinet of Curiosity, and of late I have noted more and more people perusing books on history, the years leading up to the Flood in particular. I suspect they wish to know more about the Warriors of Light, as well as they should, but nearly everything I've come across describes them as sin eaters or worse. Regardless of whether or not this Warrior of Light is who they claim to be, I worry that their sudden appearance, in conjunction with this renewed interest in their predecessors, may lead to growing unrest and fear. If the people of the Crystarium seek the truth, I say we give it to them. I, too, can attest to the falsehoods found within full many of the Cabinet's tomes, with nary a mention of the noble deeds of Ardbert and his comrades. To be fair, they bear some responsibility for the Flood, but when the tale is told again and again over the course of a century, I am not surprised to see their roles distorted and them painted as villains. Were it not for the record store within the Crystal Tower, I would have had no reason to question the narrative. Unfortunately, that knowledge was of no use, for when I arrived here in the first, their reputation had already been irreparably tarnished. That said, there still remained those who worked tirelessly to defend their good name in those early days following the Flood. Considering all the good they had done, I find it a wonder they needed defending at all. They brought to justice the man who misused my knowledge to bring about the fall of Vobert. That such heroes could be spoken of in the same breath as sin eaters is absurd. Under normal circumstances, I would agree, but as time passed, those who knew firsthand of the deeds dwindled. In the end, only one truth remained, that they were the cause of the Flood. With the world on the brink of oblivion, it was all too easy for the Warriors of Light to become villains deserving only resentment and hate. At that point, the truth mattered little. It would not change their lot. Thanks to all of you, however, their lot has changed, and now they may heed the long-forgotten truth. You claimed it was Ardbert who helped you overcome them itself, correct? Such a revelation would do well to sway the hearts of those who know him only as a villain. I have shared this with a select few, but one and all must be told the sacrifice. To that end, I say we proceed with Alphino's plan. We shall call together the people of the Crystarium and recount to them the true tale of the Warriors of Light and the Flood that followed in their wake. Well, what say you, Yagalia? Spread the word, I say. I wish we'd done this sooner. Then we're all of one mind, then. Good. Exarch, might I ask you continue working with Becklug on our means of returning home? The rest of us will see to the gathering of people of the Crystarium, etc. We have to reach out to anyone and everyone who might be willing to lend near. With any luck, word will spread and more will accompany them. Alright. We're gonna set things straight. Let everyone know that the people that they've been hating for so long weren't the bad folk. They were the heroes. Alright, so let's go talk to the folks at Crystarium. We gotta go talk to 5 of them. So many. We'll start over by the pendants. We'll make our way northward from there. Alright, first things first, we'll talk to Glinard over here. And since they run the place in this area, they should be able to spread the word more easily for us. Well, well, to what do I owe the pleasure? Whatever it is, I must ask you to be brief. With the night returned, visitors have been flocking to the Crystarium, and I find myself busy by half. I don't mind it, though. Seeing the star so full of life and excitement, one can almost forget the flood ever happened. The Warriors of Light? Yes, the Exarch has mentioned them before, but everyone knows them now as the cardinal virtues. Or are you suggesting there's more to it than that? Well, you've yet to steer us wrong, so I'm willing to hear what you have to say. Alright, so Glinard's on board. Nice. Let's get to the next one over here. I believe it's going to be Bragi, but I'm not 100% sure. Bragi usually likes to hang out over here. Master of the Merchants. Yeah, there they are. Come to browse wares in the market, have you? Well, I can guarantee you'll find no trouble finding what you need. Whatever it may be, under Yulmore's new leadership, trade has never been more prosperous. Word is that fellow from Daedalus Stoneworks has taken over as mayor. Did he really? Little wonder business is booming the way it is. I imagine it won't be long before all of Norvrend reaps the benefits. But you've not come to talk about the market. Something on your mind? I see. The Exarch did mention they had something to do with your returning tonight to Norvrend. Alright, consider my interest piqued. Alright. Bragi's on it too. Who's next? That looks like maybe Chesamil at Spagirix. Yeah, I think that's it. Let's head in that direction now. Gosh, the sleepiness and hunger is like hitting me real hard right now. Alright, Chesamil.
Regalia, my, what a wonderful surprise. But I hope you being here doesn't mean someone's been hurt. Thanks to you, I've had far fewer patients coming through my doors as of late. Which is a shame, come to think of it. I've had fewer opportunities to test my new medicines.
I jest, of course. It's actually been quite pleasant to have a few moments to myself now and again. Well, the truth about the Warriors of Light. Oh, but the Exarch has already spoken with me about them. Well, if there's more to the tale, I'd very much like to hear it. Alright. Chesamil too. Who's next? In this direction over here. That would be... Catless. So that's gonna be up to Crystalline Mean. Alright, Catless, let's talk. Well, well, what a coincidence. I was just reading over a letter received from Grenold not long ago. He says a visitor from the Crystarium found him at the bottom of the ocean, and that she inspired him to reach new artistic heights. Well, I can only think of one person capable of both feats, though I'd say the latter is far more impressive. To think fate could bring the two of you together in such a place. I'm sorry? You mean the Exarch didn't tell us the whole story of the Warriors of Light? Well, whatever he's left unsaid, I'm all ears. Alright, and that just leaves us with Morin at the Cabinet of Curiosity. So let's go talk to him next. Cabinet of Curiosity. There it is. Whoa. Go up the stairs here. I mean, I'm sure Morin would be interested in it, especially because they like the lore. They like the lore just as much as we do. No, this can't be. Surely there is at least one book here that does not cast the Warriors of Light and their deeds in such a negative light.
Oh. Well, Urgalia, forgive me. The Cabinet of Curiosity has been bustling with visitors of late, but I fear our repository lacks for the knowledge they seek. The people wish to know the truth of the Flood, of the Warriors of Light. I have searched high and low, but alas, every account portrays them as no better than sin-eaters, abominations worthy only of scorn and resentment. I know they were not always judged so harshly, yet I can find no proof. And I dare call myself a librarian. No, don't worry, buddy. We're going to spread the truth ourselves. You would address the people and tell them the truth of the Warriors of Light, of the Flood. Oh, how wonderful. You have regaled me with the tale once before, but I should love to hear it again. Oh, and you may be assured I will not come alone. Bringing all the buddies from the library here. Alright. Now we've taken all this. Let's go back to where Alfino is. And let him know about the cool turnout we're about to get. Lots of folks are going to show up. Probably. I mean, once they hear the Warrior of Darkness is inviting people, I'm sure they will. I wonder how it must feel to be like a regular person in the Crystarium and just see like the Warrior of Darkness running around, like doing chores and like washing sides of buildings, because that's pretty much what we do around here. Alright, Alfino, let's talk. Ah, there you are. Between the four of us, I dare say we swept the Crystarium from top to bottom. Now we need but wait for people to gather. Cutscene. Look at all those folks.
Yes, this looks to be nearly everyone. Let us begin, shall we? Though I am usually the first to hold forth at such events, I think on this occasion that honor should fall to you.
Cool. You're gonna make me do a speech? Thanks,
More
Alfino.
inclined to take the word of the Warrior of Darkness.
Indeed. In light of the subject matter, who better than thee to speak these truths?
Alright, if you say so, buddies. I'm gonna try. Although I'm not as fancy as words as Alfino is, or Oriange, even. We'll see how it goes. Hello everyone, I'm the Warrior of Darkness, and I've got to talk about the Warriors of Light today. There are some cool folks, and they had a cool bird friend, Seto, and I like them a lot. Anyway, they were nice people, and you gotta stop bullying them. They worked real hard to stop the Warriors of the bad side that came here to hurt your world, and they sacrificed their lives to stop that from happening. I don't know what else to say at this point. Oh, I couldn't beat M itself without them. There's that one too. So stop being jerks about it. That's my appeal to them. I'm sure the Warrior of Darkness here is doing a much better job.
Make it white. The Warriors of Light did all that?
They sure did.
So they never... I mean, they only ever wanted to help. And when everything they'd done turned to ash, they still carried on.
Yep, like real heroes.
They gave everything to stop the Flood. First their lives, then their souls. And they managed it too, in the end. They saved us. And we cursed their names.
This should go a long way towards clearing the air.
Korg, yeah. Uh-oh. Well, 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 well. Look who it is. You can see him too? I take it I'm not imagining this then.
I definitely see something. You don't think it's a ghost, do you?
Nay, yonder standeth no bloodless apparition, but a warrior of light and darkness both.
Ardbert.
This town ain't big
What
enough
in
for
the
two
world?
warriors of light and darkness.
It's you! The one who slew the Eater!
Everyone.
That it should be the warrior of darkness who brought the truth to light. You've saved me a fair bit of time. Though I have a few words of my own to say, if I may. People of the Crystarium, I am Ardbert, one of those you know as a warrior of light.
That's impossible. You should be dead.
Aye, that I should. But as the world has been given new life, so too have I. I know not why I, and I alone, have been gifted this chance. But I do know this. Only by the will of the star itself could such a miracle come to pass.
Wow. How could you lie to all these people just like that?
The hero who stands before you now, the warrior of darkness, is not of this world. And the day will come when she must return to her home.
Aw, way to set everyone in a panic,
But
buddy.
this land is our home. And if it is to remain so, now and forevermore, it is we who must protect it.
This is your first cutscene of voice Ardbert. Yeah, they sound like a good fella.
The time to rely on saviors from afar has passed. It is you who must rise. You who must become the new warriors of light.
What? Us? Warriors of Light?
None of us were born heroes, my friend. I was only ever a man with a thirst for adventure. But wherever my journeys took me, I was invariably confronted with the same choice. To lend what aid I could to those in need, or not. And I always chose the former.
He's supposed to be the real warrior of darkness, hence the archetype of evil, right? Yeah, they kind of flipped the whole like script on good and evil here, like light and darkness being associated with those things. It's like all relative in the end. Like, you know, they're trying to be like there's got to be some sort of balance for it.
All you need is the will to help your fellow man, and the resolve to see it through.
But they did an interesting thing here.
From thine own lips did we learn of Ardbert's fate, and by thy countenance I gather thou art not inclined to recant thy testimony.
Where they have the villain play up like the idea of heroes and heroism and goodness and stuff like that, sort of taking this sort of like above you, this righteous stance, and kind of like make you look worse by comparison, like a real hero, right? You're the villain in their story, and they're the hero. Yeah, we're just the silent type.
May be, his words hold truth and resonate with the citizenry besides. For us to voice our doubts here and now would serve but to sow disquiet. 'Twere better we retired under the ocular and there discuss this matter in private.
Go. I will stay here and watch.
Sometimes I think Alphino does like hearing his own voice. So I think that's why a lot of times we just let them talk for us too.
So, That is a warrior of light of the first. I've not had the pleasure of making his acquaintance, but as you all seem to be in agreement, I gather this is no simple case of mistaken identity.
As far as I was able to discern, that was indeed Artbert. It has been a long time, but not that long. Could he truly have been resurrected as he claims?
You're piecing the story between different streamers. Oh. I mean, it looks like him and sounds like him, but that isn't him.
Ardbert did entrust his very soul unto thee. I see no reason to question thy judgment.
Nor I. To my eyes, your ether burns as brightly as the day you slew Emmett Selk. That is proof that he is with you still.
Yeah.
Yet that which standeth now before the people is far more than a passing imitation. I am reminded of the cardinal virtues, though a sin-eater he is not. Which leaveth but one plausible explanation.
That he is an Ascian.
Yep.
Given their fondness for posthumous possession, I would have to agree.
Them Ascians at it
From
again.
what I understand, the Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulmore by those whom they had aided in life. At the time, some few still remembered them as heroes. Needless to say, 4 of them were subsequently exhumed to serve as the virtues. And if one knew where to look, Ardbert too would not have been difficult to find.
Assuming then that this is indeed the work of an Ascian, my mind inevitably turns to the last remaining paragon to survive the Sundering.
Elidibus.
Elidibus. That Xenos hath reclaimed his own flesh is known. Thus evicted from his borrowed form, and cognizant no doubt of Emmett Selk's failure here in the First, 'tis quite possible the emissary chose Ardbert for his next vessel.
Inhabiting the flesh of the fallen? My, that is unsavory. And they do this often, you say?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Verily, for they possess no corporeal forms of their own. In what one may term their natural state, none save those gifted with the echo can perceive them.
Yeah, Elidibus. I really hated that last cutscene they showed with them. Like that's like, ugh. That made me feel bad. That made me feel so bad.
Indeed, when Elidibus intruded upon the waking sands, his presence did go unmarked by all save Minfilia and the Warrior of Light.
Like at every other point in the story, though, I was just like, I don't like this person, I don't like this person, I don't like this person, and then it gets to that point, it's just like, darn it, Essie, why would you make me care about this person?
On that occasion, I myself remained ignorant of his coming until after his departure. It was only at a later juncture, when he deigned to appear before me in borrowed flesh, that I was finally able to take the measure of him. In such puppetry do the Ascians engage when they seek to influence the course of history.
And they have gained much by it. Emmett Selk single-handedly built the Garlean Empire in this manner, while the Hebrea came close to conquering Eorzea, having taken possession of Thancred's living body.
Yet it must needs be noted that the Ascians cannot avail themselves of all mortal vessels. For were they able to do so, none would serve as a better pawn than our own redoubtable champion.
You don't know, I could be an Ascian right now, and I'd have all you fooled.
Mayhap the blessing of light shieldeth Hydaelyn's chosen from Ascian influence. Or mayhap other forces are at work. We cannot say for certain.
Oh, you know, that would be a pretty wild theory, actually. Is that we are an Ascian, or an Ascian paragon, sort of possessing the body of a random adventurer, like an Ascian would, and we just forgot along the way that we were doing that somehow. Or maybe we still know, and we've just been possessing his body this entire time, carrying out our plan. That would be an interesting twist. Anyone wearing a hood is always suspect.
Whatever the reason, I hope it holds true. I dare not contemplate what might come to pass otherwise.
For the most part, that seems to be the trend, yeah, in 14, with characters like the Griffin and so forth.
Is it not peculiar, then, that Ardbert's mortal remains should be susceptible, given that he was once a warrior of light? Or did the final departure of his soul make it possible, perhaps? Regardless, to hear an Ascian use him to call forth new warriors of light boggles the mind.
Elidibus hath ever been an enigma, his ostensible purpose being to preserve the balance between light and dark. When he made overtures towards me, however, I was afforded a glimpse behind the mask of the self-appointed emissary. I shall not defend mine actions, undertaken in pursuit of a better understanding of our foe as either wise or prudent. Nevertheless, what little I did glean may now prove useful. Elidibus possesseth a subtle mind, practiced in the art of manipulation. That he coaxed this star's most valiant heroes as far as the source with naught save half-truths is no trifling feat.
They just lied their way there.
And now I believe he doth employ his skills once more to some as yet unknown end. Though naught is certain, should my suspicions prove true, we shall have need of all our wits if we are to uncover and thereafter thwart his plot.
Agreed. 'Tis plain that simply speaking out against him will not avail us. At best, it would only serve to confuse the people. And I would hesitate to do anything which might tarnish Ardbert's reputation once more, nor yours by association.
Okay, so we'll be
That
careful.
being the case, it may be wise to keep a covert eye on this Ardbert's movements, as we attempt to discern his purpose and how best to mitigate his influence.
His performance appears to have concluded. What now? Go back out and follow him?
I mean, that could work.
'Twould appear Master Alphino already hath pursuit in mind, and I suspect one pair of eyes shall better serve our cause than half a dozen. Let the rest of us maintain an inconspicuous distance, for the present at least.
Alright, so Alphina's gonna follow them around and see what the deal is with this returned Ardbert, who doesn't want to hang out with us for whatever reason. Oh, they're giving us more pixie berry tea. I'll take it. Thank you. I love them pixie foods. Alright, let's talk the Exarch again. Asleep disturbed. With furrowed brow, the Exarch deliberates your next move. Are we going to take another trip to Ronka Town? You did well to dispel the falsehood surrounding the Warriors of Light and their actions prior to the Flood. Though I must say the reappearance of Ardbert, or rather one who appropriated his identity, was a rather curious development. He is an impostor. Of that there is no doubt. But to the masses he will appear as a hero returned from the grave. After the Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulmore, the people prayed fervently for the gods to deliver them from their plight. Prayed that these fallen heroes be born again for their sacrifices. What bitter irony. I, for one, would like to know why Ardbert urged the people to become Warriors of Light themselves. Ere we take action, we must needs ascertain his intent. Let us pray Master Alphino returneth upon soon with that what most essential knowledge. For now, I think it best to apprise Thancred and Breen of our efforts. When we do confront Ardbert, we shall no doubt have need of their strength. Agreed. I think it prudent we all take measures to prepare for what's to come. Becklog and I will continue our research into how we might improve the spirit vessel, that it might one day carry you home.
What you thinking, Stola? Then I think it's time I return to the Great Wood. Until now, everything we have learned of Ascians has been handed to us at their leisure. But that was one of Emmett Selk's unique failings. I have no reason to think Elidibus will be as forthcoming. Fortunately, I recently received word from Fano that heretofore unexplored chambers have been discovered deep within the Kitana rabble. Almet believes that the relics within tell of a great calamity that befell an ancient civilization, that of the Ascians. Perhaps they may lead us to the truths we seek. Would you care for company? Be sure to let me know how that works out. You want company, Shola? I'll go with you. I wouldn't dream of going without you. When you are ready, make for Fano. Almet and his sisters will be expecting us there. Then let us be about our tasks. Pray give my regards to the V's. And there goes Urianger. Alright, let's make our way to Fano next. We get to see Best Girl again, yeah! I love Weemet so much. Oh, it's raining! Why is it always raining here? Okay, let's see. Where are they? This way. I say best, but I mean like Sadu's like right up there too though. Sadu Dotharl of the Azim Steppe. Welcome, allies of Ronka. We have accomplished much since you last came. With the Light Warden dead and its minions dispersed, we have at last reclaimed our hunting grounds near Raktika Falls. It was there that we discovered more ruins. Although we ran afoul of no traps while exploring its halls, we determined that the innermost chambers were warded by magics. We all were in agreement. Before any investigation could proceed, you should be summoned. We are grateful that you did. From what you have told me, I strongly suspect the wisdom my comrades and I seek to be found within. This wisdom could prove invaluable, for we may soon face a foe whose greatest asset is our ignorance. I see. Then it is good that you have come, for Ronka was once home to the greatest of weapons, knowledge and understanding, and it is our duty to ensure that you and yours do not want for either. That said, we must proceed with caution. To have reached the inner chambers unmolested suggests a more formidable deterrent yet lies within. Come now. Surely any threat sleeping within the ruins pale in comparison to those we have faced thus far. This is not a game, sister. You should not be so eager to run headlong into danger. Oh? And who was it pining for the return of our allies that we might venture into the ruins, clutching her staff at night, wishing it were... You promised not to tell! Then I suggest we be going. Oh, I love we met. Get back here! Remind me, exactly how old are you and your sisters? On second thought, perhaps it's better, for I do not know. Pray forgive their overzealous nature. None save we three have been privileged to escort you and yours into the ruins and bear witness to its secrets. Their hearts now burn with a curiosity that is not easily satiated. Please, you needn't apologize. As a seeker of knowledge myself, I understand full well their enthusiasm, and if not for your sedulous efforts to protect the ruins, we would not be afforded this opportunity. Speaking of which, I believe I have kept you away from the ruins long enough. Come, let us make for the Kitana rabble. Poor Simon's secret let out by We Met like that. I feel a little bad, but mostly it makes me laugh. Alright, so we're gonna head down here towards the Kitana rabble, find out what kind of secrets are waiting for us in there. What could possibly await us? Who could know? I know what's awaiting us. Aw, there it is, the Lahi.
Everyone's favorite. Civilization is just like another one of those really great songs in 14. It's just like, it's sort of like become iconic at this point. Oh look, is that an ether current that I'm just gonna completely ignore? It sure is. Am I lost? No. I mean, yes, but also no. This is gonna be cool though, because with this portion of the story here, we get to actually like fight alongside the 3Vs, Almet, We Met, and Simet. Please, Mandrill, don't do this. You don't want to do this. That's right. You better run. Alright, let's talk to Almet and get in there. It is most strange for these halls to have been left unguarded. Have care when breaking the seal on the chamber door. Danger surely awaits us on the other side. So the Emperor of Ronka had this fascination with traps and tests and challenges for people that would go into their tombs or ruins, etc., just into their lands. They just love creating challenges for them because it's a civilization that cares so much about, you know, knowledge and understanding and stuff like that. They wanted to test your mental ability sort of to get through things. And so that's why this place was like, all these places are like filled with traps. So for this area to not have any traps in it is tremendously concerning, because it's like, they're like, we know how our emperor is. They would totally have been filling this place with like spikes and arrows that would shoot out of the walls and more rolling boulders and snakes everywhere. At least like 50 snake pits. To not see anything like that is like, whatever we're gonna face next is an absolute nightmare. Alright, we're gonna have to set aside enough time to watch all these cutscenes in their entirety. Don't worry, we'll do that. We'll do that. It's the lore channel. That's all we do. All we do is read lore and fall in love with NPCs.
Come. Our new discoveries are to be found this way.
Look at that statue. It's
the
terrifying.
People of Ronka are known to have venerated animals, but these features do not match those of any indigenous species. This is no common beast. Though that much is plain from its proportions.
Look at those teeth, those fangs, those spikes.
Lifelike, is it not? One could almost imagine it breathed. Why you...
Weemit just like pranking on Simet all the time.
This owl, by contrast, seems no different from the others we've seen.
The sealed door lies ahead. As you see, one statue is missing. I expect we are meant to replace it as before.
Too simple. There will be some additional defense mechanism.
Right? It's like, this is way too easy. You know it's missing the thing. Just take the thing and put it there.
Just a moment. There are words carved into the stone.
Gotta read the inscription.
He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber shall instead waken the beast and know his folly. Wait! Don't!
Don't what? Too late.
What? But I only... What is happening?
Oh no.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! It lives! Why am I not surprised? Prepare yourselves.
Alright, let's do it. Oh, the way it turns! That's horrifying. Oh, me too, huh? Okay, bye. That thing gave me nightmares the first time I played through this. It's so scary looking. So many teeth. And it turned our friends in the triple triad cards. Alright, brain is tired. Let's see if I remember how to do this one. I don't need this map. You trespass, mortal, upon sacred ground. In retribution, 4 souls have I bound. This is Waka's talking. Yet to heroes proven learned and wise, a comrade's soul shall be their prize. If you would see their set free, answer me these riddles 3. Deft of paw, with kin do I vie. Though sought apart, betterment to hold do our efforts descry. What am I? Alright, so deft of paw, care about their society being better. That's gotta be the Oppo Oppo. Indeed, the Oppo Oppo is keen and shrewd, the spirit of ingenuity by whose guidance the Ronkins did prosperity pursue. The riddle's answer you did discern, and thus to you a soul returns. We got Weemet. I'm done. We can leave. We got the one we wanted. Bye. I don't even care about the rest of this. Okay, we can't just leave Stola, though. With fearsome fang I travel with pack. Together we find harmony, and thus for peace our land does not lack. What am I? Well, of these creatures, the only one that travels in a pack is the wolf, so let's go. Indeed, 'twas the spirit of the wolf their doctrine praised, that they would know peace and harmony to the ends of their days. The riddle's answer you did discern, and thus to you a soul returns. We got Simet now. On my belly do I crawl, by my strength does prosperity reign within our hall. What am I? And of course the only one of these that travels on their belly is the serpent. Let's grab that one. I guess her eyes are a little goofy. Still scary though. What? I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, Stola. We got Almet. Yeah, fine. We'll be here for Stola. I do like Stola too. Desire you that which I yet claim? Then we shall play another game. Summons Dual Stadium. Gets us our dual discs. A test of mind and memory. Choose wisely and you all may go free. Twixt these talismans, hide friend and foe. Choose your companions well or sorrow no. Alright, so I'm gonna go with this one. That's bad. I'm gonna go with this one next. Alright, well at least they matched. We're gonna fight these. Yeah, I mean Stola would get it out on their own. they're big smart. They're in their element. All right, that's a Stola. Is this a Stola? That's a Stola. We got them. Your comrades are assembled, together at last. Yet still there remains one trial you must pass. If you would glean the knowledge enshrined in this earth, I would first take the measure of your worth. One worthy of she who the Ronkins extolled must be strong of mind, body, and soul. Alright, I can do this one. It's fighting time. Weeman's just as excited as I am. The touch of shadow. That's just a break white. Alright, let's go where Stola is. It's doing a summoning. Victory oft begs sacrifice, but which of you would pay the price? Yeah, these NPCs are pretty good at doing the mechanics here. I wish they do the mechanics as well in the trust system. Actually, to be honest, they don't do a bad job of mechanics in the trust system. Let's grab this thing and take it to the side over here. Just so Simon doesn't get hurt. Impressive. Glad we were able to impress. I do wish that the NPCs in the trust system would use AoEs, though. They really don't like to use them for some reason. Which makes those runs much longer than they have to be. Honestly, it's a lot better with, like, even just your company squadron, because if you have certain classes, those use AoEs. Like Archer. Also, they should expand the squadron thing, too. They're, like, stuck at level 60 or something. I want more of those. You may think you have won, but we have only just begun. Thanks for the poison in the room. I'm just gonna focus on the main thing. Oh no, they took the damage and died. Red. They didn't mana wall. You gotta mana wall real hard if you're gonna do something like that. And done. Well fought, hero. The trial is complete. The way is open, and thus I concede defeat. Let's get out of here. And we're back. And the statue is gone.
Twould seem the magics have returned us. How polite. Now, what have we learned?
Absolutely
we're bound to run
nothing.
into a living statue eventually. And now we can open the door.
The smile. The mischief. They're both lit. We can go now. What secrets await us
He who would
within?
disturb a hero's deserved slumber.
Whoa, who's that? They look like a Vieira.
A tomb, just as I thought. Befitting a hero.
A hero's tomb. Whoa.
She is Vis. Could it be the Archmage Tiuna? A legendary hero of Ronka, as you surmised. The tales tell of how she smote entire armies with a single incantation, so potent was her spellcraft. Though she ever fought in the name of peace.
Dang. That's real strong. Wiping out armies with a single spell cast.
I thought them no more than tales. To think she really existed.
Well, I for one always believed.
I wonder. By the light of fallen stars, great power awakens.
Tiuna was not only a master of spellcraft. It is said she could see truths long lost and hear the voices of men's hearts.
Kinda like we can. Weird,
Not
isn't
less
it?
than the echo. In which case, none of this is mere coincidence. A shower of stars setting the sky aflame. And in both this world and the Source, we find individuals within whom a mysterious power awakened at the sight. We can never unpick the why of it. Now, however, I believe we might. Does the scene depicted here not resemble the one we saw when we first ventured into the Katana Ravel? Moreover, does it not recall that which Emmett Selk invited us to witness in Amarot?
Yep, falling stars. The final days.
The final days. If, as the Exarch's research suggests, soul and mind share a fragile yet profound bond, might it not be possible for an event to leave such a deep imprint upon the soul that it could be perceived eons later, given a suitable trigger?
Yeah, so if the people that lived in Amarot were so affected by the final days as they were, and they were, definitely, and they remember this, it left a very deep imprint on them. The folks that now exist, a lot of them are fractions of Ascians, of whole Ascians, fragments of them. They still have that Ascian soul, although diminished within them. And so if they were to experience some sort of event that made their soul remember that those final days, they could awaken to that.
The echo
Is
defies
the working
explanation
theory
by
here.
conventional etherological theory, or shall we say modern etherological theory. But if it is a power that once belonged to the ancients, to souls yet undivided...
Yeah, the echo was a power that the Ascians had.
Ah. It would seem I have entered the realm of pure speculation, and I call myself a scholar. I shall refrain from making any further wild claims until such time as I have evidence. Still, I cannot choose but be reminded of our experience in Amarot.
I will not soon forget it. Emetzel's dying request to remember them, to remember that they once lived.
Remember us.
History is learned, not lived. We have always protected the tales of Ronka, just as we have protected this place. But we are mindful of what our mothers taught us. We see the past through our own eyes, and speak of it with our own words. Thus do we come to understand it in our own way. But this is not the same as remembering.
Your mothers were wise. Though we witnessed the final days, our impressions cannot fail to be colored by our own experiences and expectations. Those who lived through it would have perceived the event quite differently.
Oh yeah, definitely.
We must bear in mind that it is no simple matter to keep the truth alive, or it will die with Emetzelk and his kin. But we have disturbed Tuna long enough. Fanau will serve similarly well as a venue for our contemplations.
All right. Let's leave Tuna to sleep, and we will exit from here. Return to Fano, and sort of talk about what our next move is going to be from here. Almet? By your pensive expression, I take it the tomb has given you much to think about. That is well. In time, the knowledge you have gleaned will lead to understanding, and thus arm you for what is to come. Before you leave, however, I would speak again of the teachings of our forebears. Our histories learned, not lived. The legend of Tuna and her exploits have been told countless times over the centuries, yet as it handed from one generation to the next, the story changes. With each telling of the tale there are new flourishes, details changed or lost. We can never truly know how she lived, for we were not there to see it. But we are here now, to bear witness to your life. We have seen the change you have wrought, the echoes that will endure long after you are gone. And though it will too change in time, I swear to you we shall do our best to preserve your story. I hope you'll forgive me if I don't make a note of my own, but I think it goes without saying we could never misspeak of your heroism. Perish the thought, so long as we're here, there are none among the V's who will not know of all you have done for Norvrend. We are not deserving of such reverence, but we are grateful all the same. You can be certain we will have our own tales to tell of the great guardians of Raktika and the ruins of Ronka. I pray you safe travels then. As ever, we shall await your return with open arms. Alright. All done here. I'm gonna miss we met. And let's go, Stola. An old friend. By all rights, you should be departing from the Crystarium, but Stola does not seem ready to return. Although we learned naught of the Ascians, the insights we gained to the Echo made our trip worthwhile. Before we return to Crystarium, however, there is a small matter I would attend to in Slitherbow. Might I trouble you to come with me? Thank you. After we arrive, we shall have a brief word with Runar. Alright, let's go see how Runar is doing then. Over in Slitherbow. Where is it? There it is. There's Runar.
Hello. Yergalia, it is so good to see you. You've arrived at a most opportune time. I was preparing a pot of my famous stew that I never got to eat last time. Come, I will ready a place for you. I'm sorry, Runar, but we haven't the... Please, I insist. It will only take a minute. There he runs off. My apologies, Yergalia. It seems our return to Grisern will be delayed. But perhaps only for a bit, if you assist me with my work. I say work, but it is rather more of a chore. I must clean my chambers here in Slitherbough from top to bottom. If you'd be so kind as to go and fetch a broom from Aesgear, we might finish before Runar's done cooking. Alright, so we'll go to Aesgear and we'll ask them for a broom. So we can get Stola's room cleaned? Yes! Okay. If that's what's necessary from the Warrior of Light, if this is what you needed me here for. A broom for Master Matoya. I cannot imagine why she would have need of such a thing, but here you are. It is old and sturdy, sure to suffice. Oh, thank you for the nice, well-worn broom. I'll take this to Stola, and I think they'll love it. Stola, I got you this really old broom. Here you go. I trust Aesgear was able to find a broom for us. Yeah. Well worn. Good. This would prove difficult otherwise. Though I must say, I think I did rather well for not having a broom thus far. Yes, well, you weren't buried beneath a veritable avalanche of books when you entered, were you? Right. Well, anyway, it is time I finished cleaning with the help of that broom. Stola's like, hey, this place is pretty clean, right? And I'm like, no, this place sucks. It's so gross in here. It's like, dang. All right, Warrior of Light, chill out. Let's get this broom flowing. Stola, that's not how you use a broom. You just put it on the floor over there. You didn't honestly think I'd do all the... sorry. You didn't think I'd do it the old-fashioned way. That broom is more than capable of sweeping by itself, or rather it will be. Ahem. Time to rise, time to sweep. Time to rise, to swish and sweep. A tidy chamber you must keep. To this task you shall be bound, until no dust is to be found. And does a little shoot at it. And it turns into a kawaii little broom. And gets sweeping. Just like Master Matoya would do. In this one particular respect, I have no objections to following Master Matoya's footsteps. Oh. In the future, I may need you to remind me the pursuit of knowledge does not preclude other equally important duties, such as maintaining clean quarters for said pursuit. Yeah, without a dustpan, that broom's life really is endless. Maybe it'll just try and like sweep it to a corner. Just one corner full of dust. I will dearly miss this place, these people. Oh, Runar doesn't like that. What do you mean? That sounds like you're leaving. No! Yeah, the dust will still be there. Which means that broom is going to be stuck in that corner forever. Master Matoya, pardon the interruption, but the stew is ready. Alright, let's go try this famous stew of Runar's, finally. I hope. Will we get to taste it this time? Stola didn't let me have the soup last time. Is something troubling you? You've been rather quiet. No, everything is fine, I assure you. It has been a long day is all. I see. Oh, Stola, thank goodness you're still here, says... Oh, it's Alphino in the gang. Alfino, I thought you were following Ardbert. I was, though I'm sad to say I lost track of him shortly after entering these woods. He seems determined to traverse every elm of Northern in his quest to spread the truth to the Warriors of Light and the Flood. And it seems news of your address to Crystarium precedes him at every destination, making his task all the more simple. Hey, don't blame me for this. Y'all made me do it. Even though I wanted to. It remains to be seen to what end he encourages the people to become Warriors of Light themselves. Mordsuk, Lucia. But there is no denying that his words have struck a chord with many. Well, we're all agreed this is just another Ascian ploy, yes? They've commandeered corpses before, and to no good end. I see no reason to think this time is any different, especially when it's that of a fallen warrior of light. I doubt we'll learn more if we remain a step behind. His next destination is, in all likelihood, Slitherbow. Alice, are you certain you should be here? If you're concerned about Hallrick and the others, you needn't be. The treatment is going well, but progress is slow and exhausting for all of us. The best thing I can do now is to let them rest. So, I believe we are about to discuss how to arrange a meeting with our would-be Warrior of Light. Before visiting any towns or villages, Ardbert would hunt down and slay the nearby Sin Eater to earn the locals' trust. Our best chance of getting ahead of him is to find one before he does. Thankfully, Thancred and Reen are returned from the empty and have taken up the search. Reen believeth one may lurk beneath the boughs of woven oath. Then, that is where we will start our search. Master Matoya! A warm bowl of stew will be awaiting your return. I look forward to it. Aw, Runar, buddy, you gotta just say what you want to say. Alright, let's talk to the friends up there to the northwest. To north and left. Ugh. The sleepiness hitting me real hard right now. I want to just crawl into a little blanket and be all snug and warm and just just pass out. That sounds real good to me. But we must press on. I love the night music too for Civilizations. Or for the Ractia Greatwood. It's really nice. The little piano keys, just right for making you think of them wonderful lahis. Around this way. Big purple rock in the distance. Oh, there's Thancred and Reen. Looks like they've already dispatched this Sin Eater.
If you were hoping to vent your frustrations on our Issa friend here, I can only apologize.
Few as they are now, it took us no time at all to track it down.
Off-road regalia, heck yeah.
That suits our purpose perfectly. Now we need only wait for Ardbert to arrive.
Got those all-terrain wheels on it.
Weren't you two meant to be attending to the empty?
We were, and are, but we can hardly ignore the rest of the world. So we thought we might see how things were coming along. From what we can gather, the answer is straight.
Right now, we think we can do more good here.
It is heartening to have all present.
Indeed. We will be glad of the additional hands should matters escalate.
Our quarry has come.
Oh. Well, 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 well. Look who it is.
It seems I've lost this particular race. Although I suppose it's only fair.
Speak plainly, Ascian.
When we first met, it was I who outpaced you. Ravana, was it?
Don't act like those memories are yours, punk. I know it's you, Elidibus.
But where are my manners? I wouldn't be here were it not for you, and I have yet to say a word of thanks.
Extend a friendly fist. Ask whether you wish to set over here. I'm going to extend a friendly fist.
Arm giving you trouble? You should have it examined.
Yeah, buddy. Why don't you take a closer look for me? And that's when I punch him in the face for being a body-stealing monster. Indeed, Ardbert. I thought you were supposed to be good at this. I can go with that one.
Very well. Let us forego this pretense.
I like the quotation marks, Ardbert there. The Elidibus voice.
After all, it was never you that I needed to deceive.
Now you see me, now you don't. Now you see Ascian.
Yes, it is I, Elidibus. Through your time in Emet-Selk's imitation of our home, I dare say you have gained a better understanding of my role since last we met. Not that it matters.
We understand your role, emissary, but not your goal. What is it that you seek to achieve?
I seek to enact the will of the Convocation, of course. If it helps you to think of me as but another Ascian, no different in nature or purpose from the rest, you are welcome to do so.
Okay, cool, because that's what we're going to do anyway.
Once, I would have said your goal was destruction alone. Now I understand that you fight for something you love, just as we do. Yet though we seem doomed to clash, I bid you consider Emet-Selk's final words. Remember that we once lived, he said. Had he not seen some glimmer of hope in our kind, I do not believe he would have spoken thus.
None better understood your plight than he. His words must surely be worthy of your consideration.
Emet-Selk. How very unlike you to err so gravely. That one should stray at the end of so onerous a path is understandable. But I had thought you above such weakness. Mayhap you thought the same. Would that I had been present to offer correction. But I shall do so now, as is my duty, and return all to its proper course. As for you, look at yourselves. Look at your history. Look back 100 short years to how your greatest warriors were undone. And now, at but a word from me, you raise your hands in answer like the puppets you are.
I ain't no puppet.
Naught has changed. You fail, and you fail, and you learn nothing. Allow that which is most important to slip through your fumbling fingers like so many grains of sand, again and again and again, and you would remember us. You do forget yourselves.
When do we fail? We've, like, been succeeding constantly, ever since we teamed up. Unless you mean people in general. I think that's actually what they mean, but,
There is no common ground to be found between you and I. Nor do I require any. I have my duty.
Wait!
There they go. Who was that guy?
Well, we have confirmed the identity of our foe at least. And 'tis safe to say his objective is the rejoining.
But we still have no idea how playing the part of a warrior of light will further his cause, nor why he would spur others to do the same.
Another visit to the Tempest may shed some light upon these mysteries. Whether we are to exchange words or blows with Elidibus at our next meeting, the fact remains, we know too little. Ere our paths cross again, I would learn more of the world that once was, and of Elidibus himself. In this, we would be best served going directly to his home, much as Emmett Selk came to ours.
Though I see the wisdom in thy suggestion, the Amarot we visited is but a phantom born of Emmett Selk's memory. I fear it will teach us little that we do not already know.
I quite agree. Yet the ruins of the actual city remain unexplored. Given the vastness of the Tempest, I should not be surprised were there more such structures like to those in which the Ondo reside.
Yeah, that place looked massive. Like, that area totally sprawled further than what we could see there. If there's aught to be learned, I want to know.
A woman after my own heart.
Assuming we are all in agreement, then I suggest we first pay a visit to the Ondo. If anyone can tell us where more ruins are to be found, it is them.
Alright, let's take the Pixie Berry Cheesecake. Alright, and now we'll talk to Stola again. Deep Designs. Stola would have you depart for the Tempest without delay. Alfino has the right of it. Let us pay a visit to the Ondo. We should speak with Tolsoth first. As chieftain, he doubtless is privy to many great secrets. To the Ondo Cups in the Tempest now. And I think this is leading up to the other Anitor. Because we just did hear that. We did Academiander, so this next one will be Anamnesis Anitor. I have sent for no finless ones. Perhaps you instead come seeking something of us. Ruins which your kind have yet to explore, I see. I know of one such place. Alas, under these circumstances I am afraid we can spare none to guide you there. And what circumstances are these? Rather than hunt for their own meats or meals, the Benthos have pillaged our stores of minery liver. They must be replenished with haste. The Benthos, a particularly violent tribe of Ondo, if I recall.
A band of bottom feeders. We all lost much in the flood, but while others work to rebuild, they resort to thievery and murder. Revenge, they call it, when they prey upon your kind. But do not be fooled. They care not whom they harm. Would that we had the warriors to challenge them. This is not the first time they have stolen from us, but there is no resource more precious than liver. All must dedicate themselves to the hunt. Unless, of course, we were to reclaim this liver for you. It seems a fitting payment for vital information, does it not? Moreover, one could argue but by employing Bismarck to reach these depths, thereby driving back the waters, we are in part responsible for the deeds of those driven to desperate ends by the changing climes. I suppose you got a point, Stola. One good turn and all that. We certainly can't leave them like this. I thought you might say that. You've never been one to miss an opportunity to help. Reclaiming the stores it is, then. We would be grateful beyond words if you did. The Benthos have surely taken the livers back to the Flounder's floor, but be warned, there will be no shortage of guards waiting to spear intruders. Then we'll have to care not to draw their attention, shall we? Okay, let's find this Founder's Floor place. Flounder's Floor. Up to the northwest, maybe into the Friendship Cave. Let's find out. Let's go there. Imitation crab meat. It's a good place for them here in the Ondo Cups. Alright. Hopefully we can get there without falling asleep. I've been, like, sort of beginning to doze off at the end of these dialogues here a little bit. At some point, I'll just like be knocked out, and the stream will go on for like another 3 hours before my PC quits. But it'll just be like me snoring quietly. Stay tuned for snoring stream. And then, so, after Anamnesis Anator, I don't actually remember what happens after that one. There's some stuff that goes down. I don't think there are any trials. And I want to say the dungeon after that might be the Hero's Gauntlet, but I'm not entirely sure. I'll have to double check. I was like, let me just check my duty finder, but the things aren't there yet, so that's not a reliable way to find out. Please don't turn around, look at me, Hydrozoans. That'd be bad. Gonna like start hitting me with their weird sucker hands. Right, this direction. Where is that cave entrance? Somewhere here. Oh, it's up north. I see it. If I zoom in, I see it. I was about to jump off. Right then and there. I would have had to climb all the way back. Good thing I didn't. Alright, trying to avoid these benthos as much as we can. Ah. Oh, this is just like a little
little section there. Go this way. We'll have to go around because we can't fly up there, I think. Unless there's a way up there. I just need to see it. Find out. Go around. We'll go a long way, the scenic route. I like these coral things on the ground here. They're really pretty. I wonder if that's gonna be like a housing thing that they can add, like a little carpet of coral. Anemone carpets. It seems like they have the assets to make it already, right? So just give them to us, as he. And also give us like better housing tools too. That'd be nice. Like a Z-axis. That'd be kind of sweet. It's not these here. And it's not the one by Thancred either. It's one of the ones in these sections. I remember it being like a sack under a coral thing, kind of like by itself. It's not this one. It's the other way then. Here, I think. Yeah, there it is. That's the one I'm looking for. Gosh, the fact that I remember this stuff is, jeez. Anyway, from the squelching noise they make when they prod it and the vile stench, you conclude that these are the bags that are bursting with livers. Brilliant. So they're nasty feeling and they smell bad. Oh, those them? Sure are, buddy. Want to help me out? Perhaps you've deduced this already, but it seems the Benthos have been raiding Colusian storehouses as well as those of the Ondo. Oranges, pumpkin, wheat. Oranges, pumpkin, and wheat. Looks like they're getting ready for the fall, too. But we can discuss this after we see the livers safely back to the Tol Stoth. It wouldn't do to keep him in suspense. Alright, as much as I like doing voices, I think at this point I'm a little too sweepy for doing voices, so I might just start reading them normally. I'm just gonna start reading the characters normally. That said, it's not something I do, like, I love doing the voices. Sometimes I just can't help it, so I might just end up doing them anyway. But I'm gonna try not to do them. I'm just gonna read them. Just read them while I'm easy. I'm relieved to see you are unspeared. Oh, thanks. You thought I was gonna get speared? Great. I also am glad I was not speared. Tolshat says, our precious livers, I knew you would not fail. Thancred responds, we also found all manner of foodstuffs from Colusia and the Flounder's floor. Tell me, Tolshazat, does that seem odd to you? They respond that it is brazen to be sure. Alphino says, I'm reminded of rumors I've heard recently concerning a rash of thefts from Colusian warehouses. Perpetrators enter in the dead of night and are gone before anyone has realized what has happened. The Ilmoran army has been investigating, but thus far to no avail. Perhaps the reason they have struggled so far is that their quarry is of the sea. Shulla chimes in, the true question then is what we mean to do about it. Much as I would like to proceed to the ruins without further delay, we cannot allow the Benthos to carry on as they are. If I may, says Tolshathoth, I believe that the ruins are, in fact, the key to the Benthos' plans. Is that so? These ruins, which lie deep within the illuminated land, are a recent discovery. We have seen signs the Benthos are preparing to claim them with all haste. We could not fathom why, but in light of the knowledge that they have been stockpiling resources, it is clear that their queen will soon give birth. They require space to raise their young and food for both queen and hatchlings to thrive. Well, we can hardly fault them for that.
Under normal circumstances, perhaps, but conditions in the Tempest are far from suitable for spawning. Its resources barely able to sustain our current population. There is only one reason they would disregard this. They seek to build an army, and with it take revenge upon the Finless. It is not a surprise. They came to us not long ago, seeking allies for the cause. We rebuffed them, of course. The suffering others will not serve as balm to their own. Their queen, however, desires only bloodshed, and will gladly send her children to die in our stead. If they are planning to wage war, Alphino says, that changes matters considerably. Indeed. I doubt this can be resolved without violence, says Stola, but perhaps with a show of force we can convince them to see reason before the die is cast. I would rather not risk your people in the attempt. If we travel to the illuminated land, is there a way we might identify the ruins ourselves? Yes, says Tosat. Once you reach its depths, go deeper still. You will see a monstrous structure there upon the sea floor. That you have come to us now is the will of the Ancient Ones. They have guided you here that you may drive out the usurpers, those who seek to use their magnificent creations with vile purpose. I have no doubt they will show you the way forward. I'm afraid that the dead do not speak quite so clearly, says Stola. Nevertheless, we shall try not to disappoint. If what we seek lie deeper still, beyond Amarant, I will call upon the assistance of another, says Oriange. Now, who would you call in on this, buddy? What's the plan here? A whale's tail. Oriange has a mind to call on an old friend. Though our course hath been decided, to pursue it we must needs beseech the aid of a friend. I speak of Bismarck. Pray follow me to Solon that we might seek an audience with him once more. Alright. So we'll head back to Solon. Alphino does their big bow. And we'll go take care of this Tolshazat. Don't worry about it. We've got this all under control. Alright, to Fort Job we go. And, yeah. Around there. There's a nice fog here in Lakeland at the moment. Oops, that person just jumped from gosh nowhere up there. Bold. Bold when letting your HP that low, when you can probably aggro the enemies around you here at this level. And I love that this game has like these weather effects and stuff like that. It really makes the environment look so, first of all, dynamic. I like that it doesn't look the same here every single time. But also it's just cool to see them happening at different times of days. It's like fog at 11 a.m. looks gorgeous, or something like that, for example. Although a lot of my favorite times are like the hours right before the morning. Like around 4 to 6 a.m. Like 4 to 5 a.m. about. Looks really nice in the game. Just the moment before sunrise. It's nice. Then again, I'm like more of a sunrise person than I'm a sunset person. I think. It's like sun's rising, time to go to bed. Clearly, I only have the healthiest habits, only the best habits here. Alright, we've entered the area of Sullen. Eleven incorporated weather into crafting mechanics, supposedly? Jeez. That sounds like a huge pain in the butt. I hate that. Not being able to craft something because you're waiting on, like, lightning to show up or something like that.
Ugh. I don't like that very much. That doesn't seem like fun to me. I mean, there's a lot about 11 that has just made it a very challenging game. Wait, you had to face a direction too? My gosh, that's so much. Facing different directions changes your chances. Dang. Oh, it was like kind of like a rumor kind of thing. Like people just speculated it happened like that. Gotcha. From here we press onward to the Isle of Ken. I myself shall proceed on foot. Oryanji literally just brought us here to show his like work that he's been working on. You perfected your technique then, says Alphino happily. Just so, the water will be as glass beneath my feet, and provided purchase fragile yet true. Watch closely. We never got a dev to confirm that stuff. Oh, okay. Yeah, given the way it was designed, like I would believe that. That sounds like legit enough to me. Oh, I certainly shall, says Stola. Forgive me, but would it not be easier to perfect your swimming technique? Aye, 'twould be a pity if you drowned. Truly, says Thancred. Oh, hush, I'm surely brilliant. Thancred just does slash lean and watches. Oryanji goes through all his effort to, like, not have to swim. You just gotta concentrate your chakra to the soles of your feet, and then you could walk on water. Believe it. Incredible. They're doing it. Uh-oh. Oh no! There goes Oryanji! For the love of... Thancred jumps right in. What a good friend. Thancred's a really good friend. Mine apologies. The technique required the purest of focus, and mine 'twas lacking. To perfect this magic, I went so far as to deal with the Fwath, and with their aid, mine efforts finally met with success, albeit on a single occasion. Yeah, we can't save Oryanji. There's way too much armor. Even though we could breathe underwater, and it would be totally fine even if we sunk to the bottom and stayed there for a long time. I know not why I cannot repeat it. I thought I saw you waver a bit toward the end there. Perhaps you're simply tired? Same, Oryanji. Nope. Thancred. Oh, nope, I'm fine. Can't let Reen worry. It's nothing to worry about. Only a dizzy spell. I'm Mr. Tough Guy. Don't forget it. Though it may not be wise to go for another swim just now. Thankfully, we have an alternative. A wonderful little invention. I'm certain you'll agree. I present to you a heckin' boat that was there the entire time. Oryanji's like, but that's no fun. I wanted to show you my cool trick. I practiced so hard. I will petition Bismarck's aid in our behalf. Let us pray my diplomacy proveth more effective than mine experimental magics.
You speak with the voice of the king, little neighbors. I will not deny you. As before, if you seek what sleeps beneath the sea, I will be your guide. Thy kindness is as boundless as the depths, serene one. Before we depart, however, I would ask a favor, says Bismarck. After our last flight, I found many creatures clinging to me. I am itchy. Remove them, and I'll take you below. With all haste shall it be done. Alright, gang. You know about that saying, I'll scratch my back, I'll scratch yours? Yeah, we gotta scratch the itch of this Bismarck here and rip those things off of it. Regrettably, 'tis not one I possess the power to grant. Bismarck hath asked us to cleanse his underbelly of barnacles. Alas, one must needs dive beneath the surface to do so. Must needs. Even if I could master the power to walk upon it, it would avail me not. Oh, for heaven's sake, is that all? Your Gally and I are more than capable of doing that. Me? With the Kojin's blessing, we'll have it done in moments, and better that than standing here and listening to this nonsense. I'll take the right, you take the left. Now go. Okay, right away. Yes, Miss Alice, hey, I'm on it. I am in your debt, says Orianche. Buddy, we're gonna go take swim lessons when we're done. You and Alpha know both. Can I jump from here? Why doesn't it just let me jump down? Let me go. Alright, we're gonna have to walk into the water here. Sorry for the trees. Oh, come on. Really? Not even from here? There we go. Now we're in the water. And we're going to dive underneath. That's 1. And there's 2. And there's 3. How many do we need? 3. Perfect. After a good deal of prying, we dislodge the thingy. These nasty barnacles off them. This tenacious one over here. And that tenacious one over there. Nice. That should be all 3 of them taken care of, which means we can return to the top. Hopefully Alice is done with their half, and we'll be good to go. I'll just get on the mount. Alright. Let's climb on back up. It's nice that our armor doesn't make us actually sink to the bottom, though. That would be pretty bad if it did. But nope, our armor is as light as air. Alright everyone, I've finished my task. Thine efforts are most sincerely appreciated. I will inform Bismarck that we may depart without further delay. Much, much better. Thank you, little neighbors. I remember a long time ago another did this favor for me. After the flood, when I chose this spot for my slumber, he came and made a home on my back. Ken was his name. When I grew itchy, I stirred, but he was not afraid. No. He asked me what was wrong. I told him of the creatures clinging to my belly, and he dove into the water. He helped me. He was my friend. He told me he wished to live in peace, away from his people and their wars. This I understood. I treasure our time together, brief though it was. Brief though it always is. But I remember him, and how he laughed when we flew. I remember when he slept. I too slept that day, and many days since. But the light fades and the darkness returns. Ken sleeps, but in memory he laughs, and together we fly. And I am here. I am awake. It feels good to speak and to be heard again. A shame others cannot understand me. If thou art willing to learn, I will gladly teach thee the language of man. Ooh. Thank you, little friend, but it is time I grant you your request. But first, I will take flight to cleanse my body and prepare. The dive will be swift, and I would not have you struck by errant debris. Debris. So, this island was named for a man. How easily the past is forgotten. He passed not even 100 years ago, yet the truth has slipped from history, like so many grains of sand. Might I have some explanation of what he just said, or shall we all stand about making vague and mysterious allusions? While he maketh ready to deliver us unto our destination, Bismarck bade us wait for him on the shore of Calusia. That's all. I feel as though there was more to it. Indeed, there was, but it hath no bearing on the task at hand. I should be glad to share the rest with you anon. Fine. Later, then. Oh, Alpha, no. You gotta be careful, buddy. Ali says he's gonna kill you one of these days. If Bismarck requires time to prepare, might I suggest a short respite, for Urianger and Thancred in particular, because they've been having headaches. I require no such thing. I am the picture of perfect health. Mine was but a momentary lapse in concentration. Worry not on my account. You mustn't push yourself so. Please rest. For me? Aww. You can't say no to Rain. Oh, alright if you insist. Getting hit with them eyes. Oh no, me too. Your golly, you've been running yourself ragged. But I feel fine. Just go quietly, Argalia. Trust me. Okay, Thancred. He's just like, just put up with it. Whatever. Okay, Reen. In that case, I leave the old men, the old men in your care. The rest of us will meet you at the Split Hole Anon. Funny enough, the three of us here are the ones, at this point in the story, participating in the Eden storyline, so it makes sense for them to have, like, these sort of symptoms, because their ether is being more stressed than the others, for having to venture out into the empty and stuff like that. Word of advice, never let it show. When she realizes she struck a nerve, she remembers. By the gods, she remembers. In any case, if we must be made to rest, I know a place in Sullen that's better for it than most. Come with me. Oh, when Rain knows something works, they're just gonna keep doing it. Hey, it's this place. May as well have a seat. We won't want our elderly niece to give out. Thinker just runs with it. We're so old. To hear her speak, you'd think I'm only on you'd think I'm on my deathbed. By the 12, I wish that girl wouldn't worry so much. Thy countenance belies thy words, Master Thancred. I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Let the record show that I am here under protest. Though I can't say I mind the view. I mean, Lakeland is really pretty, so yeah, I honestly don't mind either. And if the abundance of anglers is any indication, even an amateur might land an impressive catch. Shall we try our hands at it? Spoken like an old pal. Just wants to go fishing. Help! Someone, quickly! Uh-oh, someone's in danger. It's Nightshade. He was attacked on the road from the Crystarium, barely escaped with my life. I suppose we might have predicted this. Alright, pal. Explain the issue. You mean you'll help for free? Thank you. If I recall correctly, Nightshade is a local band of outlaws. I doubt they'll trouble us over much. No more than they already have by interrupting our relaxation, at any rate. Yeah, I was getting real comfy in that chair. Now I'm making me stand up? Oh, it's the worst. Don't you just hate when you get like nice, like little warm comfiness, and they're just like, oh, time for you to do things. It's just like, oh, I don't want to get up again. It's been so long settling in. But let's go do it. A whale's tail. Deal with these Nightshade troublemakers. Hopefully no one beat us to the punch, though. That would be real bad if someone just showed up before we got there and took care of it, not letting us have the opportunity to help. That's not gonna happen, right? Sure hope not. Alright. There they are. These two have matters well in hand by the looks of it. Tyler and Krog? I'll not forget this kindness. May we meet again, says Guy. Hey there. Is that you, milady? Don't tell me we just deprived that poor fellow of the honor of being rescued by the Warrior of Darkness. We had no idea you were in the area. Fancy us meeting again so soon, eh? Why, I believe I even recognize your companion. Thancred, like, what? Ah, yes, from the infirmary. You had a message for the Crystal Exarch, did you not? It's good to see you back on your feet, and on patrol no less. Oh, it's nothing as official as that. Strictly speaking, we're off duty. But as we had a free moment, we thought we'd give a few of the less traveled roads a look. The guard doesn't have enough hands to patrol them regularly, you see. That's admirable. There are a few so devoted to their duty in Lakeland for beyond. Or beyond. Well, we've been talking about it for a while, and neither of us is satisfied with just seeing out our service. It feels like we'd be doing more. Like we should be doing more. It's all about having the will to help your fellow man, and the resolve to see it through. I remember you. You're the excitable one. Sorry, milady. I got a bit overexcited the other day. Couldn't get my words out. The name's Vonard, milady. I'm with the guard. But I don't just want to protect Lakeland. I want to protect the lot. Just like the Warriors of Light. Sadly, our duties prevent us from venturing too far from our own little corner of Northrend. What we'd really like to do is travel, to better ourselves, and go where the need is greatest. But everyone has to start somewhere, don't they? For now, if we can stop Nightshade from robbing the old fisherman, or the odd fisherman, then that's what I'll do. Well, well, future heroes the first, don't you think? They want not for spirit. 'Tis but a pity they draw inspiration from so clouded a wellspring. Yet it availeth us not to fret in idleness. We must needs press on, if we are to bring Elidibus' scheme to light. Well, let's must needs go. I'm gonna go for the crit. Crit and direct hit there. I wouldn't bother so much with determination. Unless you're just one of those jobs that actually does care a little bit about determination, I suppose. Beneath the surface. Thus reminded of the urgency of your investigation, Urianger would press on. Though our respite was cut short, I dare say we were all eager to avail ourselves of such knowledge as the ruins may hold. Aye, and I doubt further contemplation of Elidibus' machinations will be conducive to relaxation. We may as well make for the split hole now.
Okay, so we're gonna go to Clusia, where the split hole is, which is to the west of that area there, the lighthouse. Oh, someone's having fun. Just doing little spinnies. I've been thinking about leveling up some other jobs at this point, and I'm trying to think of which way to go about doing it. There's quite a few ways to level from 70 to 80. Probably the best one is, of course, doing your daily roulettes is probably the best one, right? But besides that, when you're out of those, a way to level, probably Bozja / Zadnor is the way to go about it. But if you don't want to do that kind of stuff, I think the other thing that would work out for you is I lost my train of thought. Oh, we gotta hydrate. Let me hydrate and stretch. I'll do both those. Oh, right. I was gonna say that I was gonna try out doing a different way, which is doing fates in Norvrent areas. And I just wanted to see how that would go. Like, I want to see how long it's going to take to level. Now, I've been constantly pushing for, like I want them to add more EXP to Fates and more incentives for Fates. But I don't know if they'll actually do that. I'd like them to, just to make them comparable to the other alternatives that there are. Because I suppose besides that, you could also just farm your highest dungeon over and over again to level. And I see a lot of people that level that way too. They'll just be like, oh, I'm leveling a tank, and tank is always in need, so I'll just spam tank. Alright, let's drink some water. And get up and stretch. Okay. And let's keep going. All are present. Now we need, but await Bismarck's coming. And we get a cutscene for when Bismarck comes in. Saying amongst these little flowers here, it's really nice. "'Tis time. Pray make ready." I'm ready. I want to do this. Let's go. And, like, they don't even show Bismarck showing up. They're just like, oh, and you got anamnesis. Okay. Let's do anamnesis antidote then. Just gonna queue for that right away. Ugh. Take more advantage of that stretch. Get some mileage out of that stretch redemption. We've been going at this for 4 hours now? Pretty good. Pretty good. Ooh, I do need to have dinner at some point, though. I am hungry. But, yeah, thinking of leveling here, mostly, like, through just fates, seeing how that goes. Because that'll accomplish two things, because, like I was talking about, like, maybe more incentive to do fates. One of them is the bicolored gemstones that you can get in Norvrent. And those might be kind of cool, because you can unlock some cool stuff with those. But, like, the number of fates you need to do that stuff is, like, a lot. So I'm feeling like I would be doing a lot of fates if that's the case, for both leveling and getting those things. Alright. Gotta make sure I watch the cutscene. It's super important. All the information is in this. You had brisket for dinner. It turned out really tasty. Oh, that's so awesome. Oh, brisket's so good. I'm glad. I could totally go for some brisket. Oh, old pals. Gosh, I sure hope I'm awake enough for this. Damage? I don't know. Seems a little low to me. Are there any other new people here with this one? I can't tell. Fun fact, this is just Sastasha but funky as far as the music goes. Is this really the same song from Sastasha? Really? Huh. Yeah, you know what? I hear it. Yeah, you're right. This is Sastasha music. Huh. Interesting. Well, yeah, if you done it right, why reinvent the wheel, right? You just use it again. Yeah, Soka never met a melody he didn't call back. Seriously. That's their signature technique. We must hurry, Bismarck. Sounds like you must hurry, because I have no control at how fast you travel. Yeah, it is definitely one of his best strengths, because it's just like, in an MMO setting especially, it's just like you're trying to create and evoke feels and emotions, and one of the best ways to do that is by tapping into memories, you know, ideas and stuff you've already associated with it. Like, we've had Sastasha for years, we know that's like ocean theme, whatever, underwater kind of feel to it, so just to take that and kind of like work with it is honestly brilliant. Using the melody for Neath Dark Waters, or like the Yondo Cup / Amarat area, and putting that in like songs that are just like, you know, supposed to be like powerful moments in the story, is just like, yeah, remember all that stuff too? That music? You'll remember the Massians now, won't you? It's just like, yes, I will. I say, crying. The whole box of tissues on my face. Not the tissues, just the box. But it's full. And I didn't open it because I don't know how to open the box. It has a pull tab in like the perforations, but I also don't understand how it works, and I will just tear it in half. Stick my whole hand in there and rip all the tissues out with a fist. What is this enemy? I'll never know. What could it be? Here. Hopefully this is a safe spot. Oh, the poor friends, they both got hit. This is, I believe, the raid light. Yeah, there is a big difference between those two things. Divine Tail. We're safe here. I don't have mitigation for this. Up. I just try and move as little as possible, just so the melees get to do their directionals and not have to like worry or panic. Also, just I don't really have a reason to move for whatever, so. All good. Alright, that's the first boss now, whatever that was. What's in the box here? Ooh. What are these? Oh, they're pretty nice looking. And they die. Oh, but they're maiming. Ah, it's unfortunate. I don't have a level 80 Dragoon here. Not even 70. Just a level 50. Just a mandatory level 50 Dragoon. If it's on you, bring it over here, buddies. I'll take it off. Come on, Laheim, keep your eyes open. You can do this. I'm just gonna hog around this pole. Alright. Not bad. What we got here? Still on. I thought you opened the coffer back there, but skipped it. And you know what? I'm fine with it. I don't really need it. It's all seals at the end of the day anyway. Alright. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out who gets blasted in the air with this one. The hammer and swords on the tiles mechanic. Eye of the Cyclone is out. Dang. Alright, so we're gonna go to cardinal positions. Uh-oh. That was a funny time to LB there. Oh no, we lost our healer. That's great. This is fine. Fine. Don't be in front. Okay, they're safe there. Nerf. Oh gosh, mana. I need mana real bad. Cyclone in. Sorry, Black Mage, I can't heal you right now. Need to get my mana up. You have enough mana for them right now, though. I'm doing call-outs like they can hear me. Don't have mitigation. Hope they live. Can't kill that person, they're dead. Oh gosh, stack up? That's not good. Yeah, they're not living through that. And I'm not living through this. Get after that. Oh, couldn't do it. No, that sucks. Okay, well, we tried. If I had better gear, I could do that. But since we're so close to minimum. You know what would help is if I did put some potions on my bar right now. Set the hotbar. I might as well pick this up since we're here too. Enemies is bracelet casting. Still, throw that away too. Alright, let's try this again. Just waiting for the black mage to show up here. Just got the mock-ups for your Twitch. Oh, nice! You're laughing so hard. Alright, let's do this. Laughing cause good, or I hope cause good. Terrible hammer. Blade. Hopefully they get this one this time. Eye in. Okay, they're fine this time. I hope they dodge that. Yeah, okay, they're good. They're all good. We're fine now. One of them's your husband, but it's the Helmo emote. Oh, nice. Go ahead and intervention the healer. Just to make sure they live. Although we're about to beat this thing, so that'd be fine. Alright, second boss down. What's this for tanks? How does this look? Nah. I think on this one, I'm not going to do the full pull. Well, I could, but I don't know if they'll be able to DPS everything down quick enough. I do have Hollow Ground up is the thing, so I could potentially risk it. I don't know where the black mage is. Alright, there they are. But you know what? I'm just gonna stay with these. Should be fine. Trying to maneuver myself in this corner. Make sure I don't get anyone else hit. I think I'm doing it. Alright, that's about everything. This is the last one. Let's keep going. Yeah, it's probably good I didn't end up pulling the whole group here, because that might have been bad. Should be fine here. The one upside, though, of doing a massive pull was that it did wake me up for a little bit. The panic wouldn't let me sleep, but then we did that second pull right here, and I'm just like, dang, that's boring. Time sleep. Well, let's watch this cutscene now. It's the Queen. Rook's Steam, the merciless matriarch. Alright, let's pull. Bone Breakers, the Tank Buster. Oh, I didn't mean to do passage. Whoops. Well, that's the start of me pushing buttons that I don't mean to push. That's great. This is not the stable one. It's okay, I'll stand over here. Expose the button for the samurai. Oh, we gotta stand on things, that's right. Oh, the buddy doesn't know. Oh, the buddy didn't know. Let's get that carpenter over here. Shield our healer.
Gotta go in the way they came out, so we're gonna be here, and then we're gonna run across. My reaction there was a little slow. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Jump. She jumps here. Or the arm running crossing happens. Alright, we got there. Nice. Cha 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 cha. Okay. Ooh, casting hose. I'm gonna pass on that for now. Give the comm to the healer. Let's get out of here. And by get out of here, I mean get into the cutscene.
This
That is still
structure
here.
must have served an important function. And here are yet more crystals.
And they store concepts.
I too noted the crystal repository on the way. The Benthos seem to employ them in their spellcasting.
In such vessels did the ancients preserve concepts, ideal forms to be drawn upon in the act of creation.
I already said that, Oriange. Jeez, come up with your own comments.
That so great an abundance should reside here lendeth credence to Ishtola's conclusion. This facility held great significance.
Yeah, you can copy my homework. Just make sure it looks different enough. That's what Oriange does. Just makes it all Old English. Whoa. That tanning bed just lit up. Hello? Ghosts?
Thank you all for joining us at Anidar in these most perilous of times, says the diplomatic Ancient One. By the summoning of Zodiark have we been granted a reprieve. Yet immutable as the laws he has woven may seem, they will not serve to forestall our doom. Nay, should we continue down this path, our fate will be the same. I said as much at the convocation, of course, but the stubborn fools turned a deaf ear to my warning, says this distressed Ancient One. I had hoped that the defector, at least, would side with us, but I regret to report our overtures have gone unanswered. Whither tend your thoughts, Venat? Where you lead, we will follow. Venat doeth think. I shall not speak ill of the convocation. They too seek only to secure the future of our star. Yet it is plain they will not countenance a permanent solution. That being the case, we must ask ourselves a simple question. Are we prepared to pursue our chosen course, even should it mean suffering the eternal condemnation of our brethren? If so, I see no further reason to demur. Let us bring forth the light that shall ever after keep the darkness in check. And thus, these people did set about to summoning Hydaelyn as a way to control Zodiark's powers.
So, it was they who first summoned Hydaelyn.
Their discussion did seem to imply as much, yes. I cannot say I have ever heard of this Venar before.
For a certainty, Emmet Selk never uttered the name, speak though he did, of the schism which Zodiark's advent wrought upon mankind. Some were of the viewpoint that his power must needs be restrained. And to that end did they call forth she who would serve as his shackles. We now know that it was this Venar to whom they looked for leadership.
And that this place, in all likelihood, served as their headquarters. The presence of such intimate records attests to that. I would hear what else they have to tell us. All of it. Did anyone see the source of the image?
Yeah. It was that projector back there that also has one of those digital refrigerator panels on it.
The device there? Then let us see what other secrets it holds.
I hope there's some yogurt in this fridge. I hope it hasn't expired yet. Well, even if it is, it's fine. It's just a sell-by date anyhow. Venat, please. Why must it be you? If I may speak plainly, I would sooner it were another. Any other. You are a leader. None can take your place. You know as well as I, but few support our cause. Far fewer than they who place their faith in Zodiark. If Hydaelyn is to stand a chance of opposing him, I am the only one who might suffice as her heart. Rest assured, however, I shall not vanish from this world. The form I take shall ever remain my choice. Then I will press you no more. Only know this, you will be sorely missed. I wonder, is this how the convocation felt about Elidibus? So I have this theory that some of the scions are also fragmented souls of the Ascians. Not all of them, maybe some of them. Some of them might be just like other, just regular living people. And one of them I think might be Minfilia. And I feel like Minfilia might be sort of fragment of Vena. Because they are both closely tied to Hydaelyn
You know, Minfilia being sort of like the Oracle of Hydaelyn and all that. And acting in the word of the mother and stuff like that. But also just that demonstration there that Venat did, that they're like, hey, I'm gonna sacrifice myself to become Hydaelyn's heart, but I'll still be around. Don't worry about it. And they're like, but you're our leader, you can't go. And they're like, no, it'll be cool. That's something Minfilia did like twice already, so maybe they're
Forgive
related.
me, but
I don't know.
did that not strongly imply that Elidibus sacrificed himself to become Zodiark's heart?
7 hells. Then who or what are we dealing with?
It's just a theory, though. Alright, let's talk to Stola. The device appears to activate by a form of ethereal attunement, not unlike an aetherite. Beyond that, I can say little for certain, save that we should take this opportunity to see what other records it contains. No response. Confound it. If I may, milady, the panel did formerly emit a soft yet perceptible glow. That it doth so no longer may betoken the depletion of some essential energy within. Given how long it has lain dormant, I think it fortunate function at all. This may be, but if we can't get it to work again, we'll be leaving with more questions than we've answered. The white-robed emissary hath ever named himself Elidibus, yet if the shade spoke true, Elidibus ceased to be, ere even the sundering came to pass. This called to mind a truth that Emet-Selch did once reveal in passing, that the names by which we know our foes are not those given to Ascians at birth. Rather, they are titles of office, afforded to individuals of merit at times such as the role becometh vacant. Perchance the Elidibus of Zodiark's heart and the emissary with whom we are acquainted be not one and the same, but predecessor and successor. It is possible, if the previous Elidibus perished before the final days, the one we know could still be a survivor of the Sundering, and yet something in that explanation rings false. I will remain here for a time. I would not abandon my attempts to revive the device so soon. There is more to learn here, I can feel it. In matters of etherology, I know of none as capable as thee. If there existeth a means to learn more, thou wilt surely find it. Whilst thou art thus engaged, we shall attend to matters on the surface. Alright. To surface matters. Just things that surface people do. Just letting us know we can enter here with a trust party now. Talking to Oriange. Finally, Echoes of a Fallen Star. I'm very happy we got here because that means I can free. Oriange presumably has some ideas as to what you might usefully do while Stola pursues her investigations to Anamnesis Anator. Can we but uncover Elidibus' true origins, we may yet come to understand his designs. To that end, Y'shtola must needs be afforded as much time as she doth require to complete her investigation. To the extent that such things are within our control, yes. Speaking of which, perhaps we might trouble the Exarch for news of his progress with the Spirit Vessel. He will no doubt wish to hear of our own discoveries as well, such as they are. And go right into another cutscene here. We're walking to the Crystarium on our way to meet the Exarch. Well, what's this? What's going on? Why is everyone out here?
Dare I ask what's going on?
Ah, excellent timing. For me, in any case. We have a problem. The vast majority of those gathered here are presently in the employ of the Guard or else one of the facets, and no longer wish to be so.
The vast majority of those gathered here are present in the War of the Guards facets no longer wish to be
In
so.
principle, all are
Oh,
free
sorry.
to change vocation at any time. But a city does require a certain number of people in these positions if it is to continue to function. For the moment, I have asked them to postpone their resignation until such time as replacements can be found.
Totally, like, completely closed my eyes there.
As you may have surmised, we have the Warrior of Light to thank for this.
Thanks, Warrior of
you,
Light.
The Warrior of Darkness!
Yeah, it's me. Oh, it's Krog. It's Phonard.
You understand, don't you? Someone's going to have to look after this place once you're gone. We just want to be ready to do our bit when the time comes.
And not only here, but everywhere. Which is why we've got to get out there and lend a hand to those in need. That's what you did, isn't it? Even if it was just little things at the start. You helped people.
Oh, it's still little things sometimes, buddy. It never stops. People, chocobos, you name it.
And we're trying to do the same. We may have our sky back, but there's no shortage of people who still need help. If we follow in your footsteps, then I choose to believe we too can be heroes one day. Even warriors of light.
Alright, be safe, you two. I believe you can do it. Be heroes.
What are we to say to that? We can hardly tell them they are mistaken. They seek but to do good, as you have.
But no more can we stand idly by and suffer a paragon's scheme to proceed unchallenged.
Oh? Uh-oh. What's going on over here in the sky? Where are all these clouds coming from? That cloud animation looks pretty dang good. Even though it's just like a cloud and expand.
What's happening to the sky?
They said for like the 20th time this week. First they had day, and then they had night, and now they have night with a little bit of day inside of it.
Wicked White. Oh no.
By the 12.
A star shower.
Seem familiar?
I hear a voice.
You and all. And why does it feel like it's inside my head?
Hear, feel, think.
I hear it.
Me too.
Did I not tell you, my friends? You are warriors of light!
A little bird.
You're back!
It's gone. Sky is clear? What the heck just happened?
What you hear is the voice of light itself, and it has blessed you with its power. Welcome to the fold!
I'm a warrior of light.
I've been chosen?
Can it be?
Me, a hero?
No one else sees him making this evil face and then just walking off. He makes this declaration and just walks off. And all the people there are just like, I don't have any questions. I don't want to learn more about this. No. You can just go.
The falling stars, were they your doing? And why do you need warriors of light?
What, am I to reveal my plans simply because you asked?
That's how it works with them at Selk. Sometimes he told us when we didn't ask. And when we told him don't tell us, he'd tell us anyway.
Nay, I think not. Though the stars, I acknowledge mine. A convenient illusion, apt to awaken what little is left of the power that once resided in your sundered souls. That which you and yours call the echo. And an echo it is, of a symphony, but a fraction of what men in their completeness once possessed. Even those among you who tower over others in the gift have only the faintest trace of it.
Yeah, he dyed his armor black and everything.
But though sundered and forgotten through death and mocking rebirth, it has persisted. A whisper of our past, burned into your very ether, along with the sight of our end. Through the rekindling of memory, I have awoken the ability, just as Hydaelyn is wont to do when she has need of new minions.
The Echo hath ever been thought a gift from Hydaelyn, a boon granted solely to her chosen. Yet thou wouldst claim she merely awakeneth the power that men should hearken unto. Her voice. Given the perceived simultaneity of her call and the awakening of her chosen's capacity to hear it, it is only natural that we thus attributed the source of the gift. Yet if, in truth, the echo is a prerequisite for hearing her voice, one might surmise that her call never ceaseth, such that all who awaken to their innate gift might receive of the blessing of light at the self-same instant. In sooth, we bore witness to this but moments ago. At the sight of the star shower, full many in the crowd did speak of hearing a voice in their minds, did they not?
Yeah, they did the whole hear, feel, think thing. Oh, you clap for us. Nice, thanks.
Just so. And whenever Hydaelyn has need of new servants, she is quick to pluck comets from the heavens or create illusions of the same.
Why then didst thou conjure this vision, full knowing that thine age-old foe would thus claim those awakened to the gift?
Foe? You must be mistaken. As you see, I am a warrior of light. And together with my comrades in arms, I shall save the world. Just like you.
Yeah, that's the kind of face the protagonist would make. Just scheming and mean. Let's talk to Alfino once more. The more Lidibus reveals, the less I understand. But he has made a fine mess of things, is plain. But that he has is plain. Oh no, the color itself is definitely not assumed to be evil. No, not at all. If it was, I couldn't go anywhere, because that's all I wear. I need a dictionary or grammar lesson for every chat bubble for Oriange. Yeah. Yeah. I managed to persuade a number of our would-be deserters to reconsider or at least delay their departure, but as many are deaf to my entreaties. Young Tyler and Vonard among them, I am sorry to say, they have quit the guard. Nevertheless, I wish them well. Whatever Lidibus's plans for them might be, the pair have only ever had the best of intentions. One can hardly blame them, says Thancred, for thinking themselves hero select, not after having been blessed with the Echo. And it's not as if they haven't shown the requisite spirit. I quite agree, though the impetus for their sudden departure may have been words falsely spoken. The men and women in whose footsteps they would follow are heroes in truth, warriors of light. Arbert, yourself, most of all. And so, I would ask a favor of you. Speak with them ere they embark on their journey, and furnish them with what wisdom you can. They've set off for the Amaro launch, but you should still be able to catch them if you leave now. Worth the effort, I'd say. If I recall correctly, Raubon took the time to usher you out into the wider world many moons ago. I think that comparison rather flatters Tyler and Vonard, but the point still stands. They would doubtless be greatly encouraged were the Warrior of Darkness herself to see them off. Yeah, I'll definitely go see them off. If thou art willing, I prithee go. Thou mayest safely leave the task of unfolding that which did transpire at Amnesis to us. Well, verily I shall, Oriange. How you like it when I do it? I'll never beat him at his game. He's too good at it. Alright, to the Amaro launch. Tyler, Bonard, I'm here to offer you words of wisdom, like pack an extra toothbrush. You again? I mean, it's you, milady. Sorry, it's been a funny old day. You can be sure we'll take those words to heart. I like how good they look in their outfits. Some good armor for adventuring. Especially Bonard. Like, look at them. They look like a real hero. They both look like real heroes. I like this, like, scroll thing they've got going on there. Like, what is that? I don't even understand. I still can't believe it. You coming all this way just to speak to us. I swear we won't let you down. As long as it helps someone, we'll do what needs to be done out there. No matter how small. Are those binoculars? They could be anything. They could be a canteen. I don't know. And when larger threats loom, we'll be ready to face them. You'll see if we aren't. I believe in you too. Strike fast and true, for victory belongs to the bold. Well, what are you waiting for? Get out there. Just do it. Just don't think. Head recklessly into anything that comes in front of you. Just like I do. Because someone told me to. We'll be off then. Farewell, Warrior of Darkness, and thank you. No problem. Don't actually listen to that advice, it's terrible. Always look before you leap. Better safe than sorry. Failure to prepare is preparing to fail. And all those other lines. Yeah, the power of plot armor will not cover those two. Alright, let's go speak with the Crystal Exarch. Warrior of Light should just walk around with a t-shirt that says, "Don't try this at home." On to the Docile Gate. So I believe that's where we are.
Thank you for making the effort. I'm certain your words will be a boon to them. While you're away, the others told me about your investigation. We have yet to discuss how to proceed, however. While your findings in Anamnesis Ander do raise important questions as to the identity of our adversary, we are no closer to discerning his design, nor do I know of any other potential avenue of investigation. For which reason we must needs, there it is again, trust Sustola's ingenuity and wait for her efforts to revive the Ancient's device to bear fruit. What if I were to attempt to follow the emissary? Elusive as he is, his plan compels him to court public attention. He shouldn't be possible to find. Especially for one of your experience. It does seem worth the attempt. Then I'll come with you. Safety in numbers. In combat, perhaps, but where stealth is required, the opposite is true. Happily, I don't plan on getting myself caught, so you've no need to worry. Nor do I intend to vanish for moons on end. We still have the empty to attend to, don't we? Alright, then I'll look forward to your return. Then it sounds like the rest of us should avoid doing anything which might prompt Elidibus to look too closely at our movements. Insofar as it's possible, I recommend we limit our activities to Crystarium. Speaking of which, Exarch, might I ask if you've made any progress with the spirit vessel? Of course. We are presently studying the principles underpinning memory transference and, I believe, nearing the requisite level of understanding. Less hearteningly, practical trials of transference methods suited for use with the vessel I have yet to yield satisfactory results, to put it mildly. But there are still many promising possibilities we have yet to test, says Becklug. Indeed, though it may take some time yet, we are well on our way to a solution. And I shall not rest until one is found. Though we are all grateful for thine unstinting efforts, thou needst not labor to the exclusion of all else. If it would serve to lighten thy burden, however little, I should gladly offer mine assistance. Quite. I, for my part, will do what I can to ensure that Crystarium continues to run smoothly in spite of recent disruptions. Then perhaps I could help. There must be something I can do, even if it's just guard duty, says Reen. Thank you, all of you. I shall breathe easier for your assistance. Of course, on the evidence of the recent past, it will not be long before some new crisis arrives to throw our plans into disarray, at which time your services will be in particular demand, they say to me. That being the case, perhaps you might take this opportunity to retire your suite at the Pendants. Retire to your suite at the Pendants. Alright, time to go get some resting in. Just so we're ready for the next one. Alright, to the Pendants. Pendants. Hey, man, your sweets. A pleasure as always, Miss Glavre. I'm relieved to see you were unharmed in the earlier commotion. Though if I may, you do look somewhat weary. I presume we retiring to your suite? Yes, I will. Very good. Do let me know if there's anything you require. A nice bowl of soup would be kind of cool right now. Oh, a bunch of garlic bread. Oh, I like a bunch of garlic bread. Just gonna pour myself a little drink.
and have it. Someone there. Mistress Vesclavre, it's Glinard, from the Wandering Stairs. I apologize for calling so late. Oh. Don't worry, I'll be right there. What's up? A friend of yours was asking after you. You may remember him from the business with the cardinal virtues. Friend? Oh, you couldn't mean... It's grandson! Well met, sinner. Wow, this is your place, huh? Kinda sucks. I was looking forward to a welcome respite here in the Crystarium, but the mood here is not exactly conducive to relaxation, as I'm sure you've noticed. I'd wager you know more about what's going on here than anyone else in the city. Care to share? Sure, yeah. Bad man's running about in good man's body and trying to convince people to do things what they shouldn't. For nefarious reasons, probably. I can't say that I envy your prey. Dark work, this twisting of the Warrior of Light's legacy. Reminds me of what became of old Dikaiosine. Though this Ascian of yours is a fair bit more chatty. Thanks. I thought it was a pretty good recap. I'm tempted to silence him myself. Brandon made his mistakes, and I'm sure they all did. But the past is the past. They've all earned their rest. I'm not about to let him sully Arbert's good name. I'll see that they have their peace. What? You want me to leave it to you? Yeah. These shots, these camera shots get better every expansion. Every patch, even. Right. I'm not the only one carrying all that weight. Very well. But only because you asked. Remember, if you ever need me, just say the word. I'll be there. Thanks, grandson. Wow, how'd you do that? You just opened the doors with your mind? That's sick. You gotta teach me how to do... Oh, you already left. Okay. Bye. I'm gonna smack this window open. Dang, there's a moon out there. Who put that in the sky? I'm gonna stop Elidibus one way or another. Ruining the good old Warrior of Light's names out there. Anyway, meanwhile in the Crystal Tower is Umbilicus. Graha's working hard and trying to find a way to master memory transference.
Foiled again. If I cannot imbue the infernal thing with my power via magical means, we may need to devise a way to infuse the vessel with my blood after all.
Art thou unwell?
The crystallization, no.
Or perhaps a brief respite? It wouldn't do to overtax yourself.
I feel like Becklug is talking to me directly. Jeez. Yeah, grandson, come help me with the raids that no one queues for.
I'm fine. And given to stubbornness, I'm afraid. Especially when I have a stake in the outcome.
Yep. That sure describes you, buddy. back in Amarat. Hold on a second. I know this good look. Aw, it's him. Behold all his beauty. Look at his walk. I love his outfit. I love the coat on the shoulders and stuff. It's so cool. Y'all live like this, says Xenos. Judging.
The dream again.
His coat, by the way, this is gonna ruin the scene, but it's clipping right through that chair. Like, right through it.
A recurring dream. They do so fascinate me. Might I trouble you for the details?
I have always dreamed of it. Fire falling from the heavens, and the city, nay, the whole world ablaze.
Indeed. Could Emmett Selk have found a way? Precious few possess memories of the final days.
The final days?
Why, yes. Admittedly, my knowledge is mostly second-hand, but if you are interested, I will gladly tell you the tale.
It's like they didn't complete their Ascian induction by telling them everything correctly.
The tale of the world's end.
The world's end? But I'm right here. The world is too. Way more heroes. We got the achievement. Alright, let's throw on our brand new title just so we can keep track of our progress. Echo of a Fallen Star. We done it. And that taken care of, I can finally go eat and sleep. I am so tired. Okay, let's do our outro here. Alright, so thanks so much for watching, everyone. I'm sorry if I didn't, like, do all the voices towards the end. You know, it's really getting to me. I'm gonna have to sleep harder, you know, just work on that a little bit. But anyway, let's talk about the schedule. Schedule command, Nightbot, please pull that up here. Thank you so much. Let you know when we stream. That'll be another day tomorrow in the evening around 6 p.m. Central. And that will be some Genshin Impact with Care. So tune in for that one then. On next Friday, we'll be doing another stream with Booba Spice, aka Liz, where we'll be playing. We finished Boyfriend Dungeon. We're going to be starting a brand new dating sim game. Well, brand new for us. And that is Monster Prom. Monster Prom is a game where you take on the role of a student in a high school. Prom is coming up. It's a monster high school, and you got to find someone to go to prom with. So you kind of just interact with folks and see if you can get them to go with you, you know? So it's gonna be it's a pretty sweet game. I saw the art for it. I like it a lot. I saw like a little bit of someone playing through it too, and it looked really cool. So I'm excited to play that game and maybe do some voices for it alongside Liz. And then on Sunday, we'll be doing another installment of the Shadowbringers replay series, going into the next patch. And also, this coming Wednesday, we'll have the next installment of our D&D Rule of Nines campaign. That's DN by Care, played by myself, Liz, Pro, and Mac. And that's supposed to have a really epic boss fight in it that Care's really hyped up. And I am terrified, but I'm also excited because they gave me a little bit of preview of what we're fighting. It's just for me. and the rest of us here in the participating in the game itself. But it's supposed to be a strong foe, and I'm very excited to take them on because I like strong opponents. So this is gonna be pretty fun. And if they're too strong, you get to come and see us get our butts kicked. So yeah, one fear. I think we'll be fine. I have a strategy. I have a plan. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. But you'll have to tune in then and find out to see if that actually works out for us. And that'll be around 7 p.m. Central. Like 6:30, 6:37 Central at that time. So check us out on Wednesday too. But that's said and done. Check out our friends. We mentioned Mech here. We got Crow as well. You can also donate to their Extra Life. All the money goes to kids in need directly, so definitely consider donating. You can find Liz at Booba Spice, and you can find Care. All their music is also available. You listen to both their bands, Astronaut to the Planets and Told from His Traveler's Tales. They're both available, and you also listen to them on pretty much any streaming site. But anyway, thanks so much for watching, everyone. Have a great rest of your evening. This is your favorite L'chaim. I'm about to go bury my face in what do I have? Hard shell tacos, like lots of lettuce, so much lettuce. It's more lettuce than meat. It's actually disappointing. I'm gonna go sleep in lettuce. Bye.